Hello everyone. Let's go ahead and get our save loaded and get to it. If I remember correctly, last time we were what were we doing? You were doing something anyway. I guess we'll find out shortly. I think we were doing the Terran storyline. Also, I just realized that one of the sticks is missing its cap. I think I see it. Give me a second. All right. One thumbstick cap retrieved. All right. This should just pop onto the stem. Assuming I do it the right direction. There we go.
Nav beacon. M.
All right. We are
You're finished.
doing what exactly part of this? Follow signal trail. Okay. We probably shouldn't be using this ship for this segment, but oh well. We're doing it anyway.
Bad news, pilot.
Entering system. Savage Spur.
More beacons! And they form a trail! Onward! I'm right
Okay.
behind you. I'm right behind you.
I was
Right
gonna
behind
say, better not shoot me.
Right behind you!
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna end very well for you if you attack me.
Obelisk! Obelisk! What are you doing? My Wukai's thinking, friend! Leave them in peace!
Never! This is where their meddling ends. This is where it all ends. I watched you and your puppets.
Are we still supposed to be heading to the beacon, or?
No! Stop right this instant! You know what it's already done to you!
Curse you, Kendai! Your chains will not shackle me any longer.
My particular M isn't going to last very long.
Enemy movement. All squads, return to base immediately. The entire sector is descending on us.
There's a B. Alright, we will head back to the base. Alright, B's not going to last long under the flags. Pop.
Katana.
Okay. Just a couple Terran katanas.
PE.
UPs are no threat whatsoever.
I'll wipe you out.
Entering system. Getsofune.
Actually, quite a few Xenon headed this way.
Recruit, where on earth have you been? And where is your squad mate?
He wandered off, but that's fine. We didn't need him anyway. More importantly, I'm the one who's bringing a destroyer to save your sorry ass, so... What is it firing at way over there? Probably trying to lead a fighter with limited success.
Do what you must. Use the station as cover. Draw them into our turret's line of fire. No matter what's coming at us, we will not budge.
I really don't have to do any drawing of anything. This thing could take on probably a lot more than what it's going to have to take on.
I'll wipe you out.
Get a little bit of zoom out. Not quite that much zoom out. There we go. We can get a view of the battle. Such as it is.
Giving weapons to machines was never a good idea.
The station really
Hey, will you stop firing?
is not under much threat from this number of Xenon. I'm going to turn our rear toward the station to help encourage the guns to not shoot that direction. Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff going on outside. I think we'll stay right in here where it's nice and safe. No need to take any fighters out and do anything risky.
Useless junk.
Except, I spy with my little eye. Okay. We'll wait for it to get closer.
K.
I definitely need to keep an eye on that because, yeah, we don't want to let that rampage around here if we can avoid it.
Thank you.
You're
They are continuing to approach.
We were hit. Stop your attack immediately.
Okay, so it is... These are set up properly. More or less. Okay, we're at 15k. About half the distance from being in range. We don't currently own a Terran police license. Otherwise, we'd be about to make a ton of money right now. I'm going to start moving into a slightly more advantageous position.
Thanks for your help.
Plasmas are going to start opening up on that soon. Yeah, there we go.
I'll wipe you out.
Okay, we want to get a little closer so we can open up with the main guns. Full reverse.
Stop your attack immediately.
They are continuing to pull out of range on their own. Well, they're coming to a stop. First K is about dead.
M.
Boom. First K is dead. Here goes the second K. See if we can get a slightly better angle so that more of the turrets open up. So we don't want to get any closer than this. Actually, we're a little too close already. Let's back off slightly. That should probably be good. Looks like they've got another destroyer of their own opening up on it. Boom. There goes the second K.
Thank you.
Get out of
Lovely.
here.
Battle's much easier to survive when you have a ship that's capable of surviving
Not good enough.
in a large battle.
This is
Who
Commander
knew?
Lee of the Terran Intervention Corps. It appears your little experiment has failed, Delilah. We will take over from here. Long may the sun shine.
If by little experiment has failed, you mean most of the Xenon are dead.
Compass. He can go where the
Yes,
sun doesn't
you are
shine.
correct.
All squadrons, recruits, defenders of Sol, Show intervention what we are capable of, and eliminate those Xenon stragglers.
Like most of them have headed over this way. So, let's just cruise our little asses over there and take care of it. There really are not many Xenon left. We're probably not going to get over there in time to actually take any of them out.
PE.
There's a P here we might be able to smack around a little bit. Nope. Okay.
Try a bit harder.
Okay.
Congratulations, squads. You handled yourselves admirably. Even though this was considerably more than you initially signed up for. I'll be contacting you individually to discuss our next steps once the dust
Yeah,
is
see, the
settled.
station's barely even
Until then,
scratched.
you will want to take some time off. Consider this an order.
And there's 2 dead Ks right there.
Except for you, recruit. I'm adding you to the admission list to Maya headquarters. We have a few things to talk about.
Okay. Off we go to Seoul. Hello, survey. And while this is supposed to be the second time that we've come, or the first time we've come here, it is actually the second time because we did the PIO missions first. Okay. A couple quick gate transits. I think I actually accelerated transits, but anyway.
Entering system. Seoul.
About to take your Raptor and 4 Rattlesnake escorts, play with some Xenon toys. That doesn't sound like the Xenon have agreed to this. Okay. I misjudged this thing's heading completely. But that's fine, it'll all work out. Okay, it won't work out. We're going to miss it by the thinnest possible margin. Annoying. No, don't swing that. Okay, there we go.
Entering Mars.
Okay. I should probably park a teleport anchor down here. Ah. Okay. Let's actually go ahead and dock at the wharf. It'd be a lot faster just to go take the owl and go land like that, but
Terran Wharf.
alright, it wants to dock over there. Fairly straightforward. I can't remember if this thing has a docking computer or not. It probably does. Come on. Give me the docking indicator. Well. There we go. It just wasn't giving me the docking indicator for some reason. Well, we have a docking computer, so it docked up easily enough anyway.
Successfully docked.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
Now, let's use the ship's teleporter. Go to our actual destination. And then we go talk to the head dumbass over here.
Recruit, it's good to see you're still in one piece.
Yeah.
Apologies for the harsh welcome earlier. Communications cut off as soon as you engage those Xenon infrastructure units. And I cannot stand having no vision on my subordinates.
Yes, you're a micromanager, we know.
There's no need for a detailed report, Recruit. My staff have already extracted your ship logs the moment you arrived. It is beyond dispute that what you have witnessed is of the utmost concern to the Protectorate. But that is only half of the reason why I called you here personally. You have displayed unquestionable obedience and clarity of mind in the most stressful of situations.
Really?
And distinguished yourself as a defender of Saul in even the darkest hours of our operation. I hereby raise you to the rank of Special Operative. And no, refusal is not an option. But I might deign to answer some of your questions.
And really, I was just here for the plus
No
reputation.
classified subjects, though. For now, you leave through that door, and you recover. Once you feel
whatever.
ready, come and talk to me again. I'm sure there will be ample opportunity to apply your very particular set of skills. Good to see you, Operative. Ever since you handed in your report, my people have been working tirelessly to find a connect. The first incidents were then things began, and lately,
I just remembered you can use space to skip dialogue
we can
lines.
no longer ignore the possibility of a major new threat to the Terran Protectorate. Based on recent evidence, in a nutshell, the Yaki have always one of their criminal spin-off enterprises. Expect their ships to be heavily armed and highly maneuverable. The objective is, unfortunately, as an undercover once you leave, I can provide some. Two of our cadets recently encountered an especially malicious distress signal trap that
All
was
right.
presumably set by these Yaki. They seem to be
Off we go.
specific Terran ships for some reason. And since they're keen on eliminating anyone who follows their trail,
Still blathering away.
an advanced satellite should be able to pick up on all distress signals in the sector. My team will evaluate the data and point you towards potential discrepancies.
There's a
With
K.
your record,
It gets a
you will do
Fude.
just fine, Operative. I'll leave you to prepare.
We could go deal with that if we wanted. First, though, we're going to Asteroid Belt. And we're going to deploy a satellite somewhere.
It's Dal. We need to talk.
No, we don't need to talk. Because I don't want to talk to you. You're a boring person. Alrighty. Once you shut up and get out of my face, we can go ahead and line up on our objective. And then through the accelerator we go.
Jump it.
What's under attack? F by a dock. Okay. Load up. Got a couple B's and an F there. There should be a second F. I'm not sure where it went. Oh wait, did I only have one F? I might have only had one F.
It's Dal. We need to talk.
No, we don't. Shut up and go away. You're a retard, and I don't want to have anything to do with you.
How's it going?
Oh, fine,
Someone just
whatever.
contacted me. Said she was a mutual friend. Have you been freelancing for the Terran High Command without keeping me in the loop? Well, it doesn't really matter now. I suppose we all have our secrets. The contact said she wanted to meet to get the ball rolling on a covert operation, but she refused to
Gonna
discuss the
happen.
details of...
Damn autosave. I'm trying to do things and you're interrupting.
Anywhere within this sector will be fine, Operative.
I know that. I'm trying to pick the actual place I want, though. If people would stop being annoying, I would be able to do that much more easily. Unfortunately, Dal Dumbass contacted me and threw things on through a loop. Okay. So I want to drop it somewhere around here-ish somewhere. I don't have any satellites aboard this ship. I do, however, have some aboard the Owl.
Maria.
Out of my seat. Okay. Exact placement right here is actually good. Yeah, you better not run off.
Let's see here. 2 medical emergencies, casualties and a harmless collision in the docking queue. Nothing out of the ordinary. Patrols are already moving in to assist. Carry on with your task.
Alright, I think we're going to take the owl for the next segment of this. Okay. Thankfully, I more or less know where we need to go already. I'm pretty sure it's through this accelerator. Yep.
Entering Jupiter.
Beautiful, isn't it? Solid piece, I mean. I hope we can keep it that way.
We'll deploy the first one here.
And here we are.
That's
You
actually
just
perfect
have to
positioning.
know what to watch out for. A civilian transport logged an unidentified vessel, creeping about at the edges of the sector, refusing to answer when being asked for directions. There's no mention of a patrol encounter, so that ship might still be out there. Judging by the logged trajectory, we may be able to make a strike in the next sector. That's a lead. Let's move.
Okay.
Interesting. We're getting dangerously close to Sagara's Pioneers' territory. They're spread thin and rely on Terran trade. That makes them especially vulnerable to these pirate raids. If I were a shadowy nemesis that wanted to strike the Protectorate where it's weakest, Pioneers' space is where I'd begin.
Okay. Pop through this accelerator real quick.
Entering Saturn 1.
Let's drop the first satellite roughly midway between these two.
No hits. That's somewhat unexpected. No, there's something here. A faint signal my team can't quite pinpoint. I believe a more in-depth search is in order. That produced a result at least. If you keep this up, you'll be able to narrow down the signal's origin. Move towards the new search area and try again. It's getting clearer.
Okay. Be clear. I'm not really pinging around because she wants me to. I'm pinging around because I want everything in the system to be uncovered.
Great. Keep it up.
But oh well. Our interests converge.
We've almost got it. There we go. I'll assign a local patrol to assist you right away. These pirates won't ambush us this time.
Wait. Yeah, right.
Xenon! Dispatch them, operative.
This is where it would actually be nice to have my destroyer. We definitely don't need to take on this piddly number of Xenon, though.
M.
Wait, why is the... Oh, that's why. I still had long range scan on. No wonder my secondaries wouldn't fire. Damn it. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Alright, come on. Straighten up. That worked.
N.
Up goes the Xenon. One thing you should be looking for in a head-to-head is you want the little X to be right over top of the fighter in question. And usually you can move it around some by using your strafe controls. So if it's above it, you just strafe upward until it's more or less centered, and then pop. And you're much more likely to hit with a secondary weapon. Or, you know, slow firing, slow moving weapon. Like the plasma. Because it means you are much more... Their vector is much more straight towards you then.
N.
There we go. Yeah, we had our nose too high there. We have a gimbal range.
M.
Dang it. Not that simple, of course. That's not the only thing you have to do.
M.
But it is something very helpful. Particularly if they're not maneuvering much, they're just not on a straight enough vector. Getting the vector a little bit straighter is sometimes all you need. Yeah, like that. Well, there's no way we're gonna hit that. That was a solid hit. Just need some normal gun hits here, and this thing's gonna blow.
N.
Like that.
N.
Yeah, this fighter's fast enough that I can make every single pass into a high speed head-to-head where I have a massive advantage.
N.
Or really, I can make any pass into anything I want. And there's really not much they can do about it except just kind of accept it and do their best. Which it turns out isn't very good.
I'd love to take the time to commend you for your bravery, Operative, but I'm afraid you'll have to continue on your quest right away. A local trader just sent out a distress signal, and the pattern matches that of an earlier pirate attack. We're We're close to apprehending these intruders.
Okay. Where? Another system, okay. Alright. Looks about right. Could be an accelerator. Okay, there we go. Whenever the autosave is done with us.
Entering Uranus.
Seems you've arrived just in time. The reports are piling up in Pioneer's territory, as we feared.
Okinawa.
Okay. Well, is this not the freighter you wanted me to find?
Shield generator.
We're supposed to scan it.
Okinawa. Autopilot. Autopilot. Disengaged.
I need that same button, but on the other stick.
How odd. The trader reports that she was ordered to drop her cargo, but that nothing of value ended up being stolen. Only a small amount of foodstuffs. However, there's no time to dwell on that right now. This is as far as I can safely communicate with you, Operative. From here on out, you're on your own.
Aha! Now that the venerable Terran individual has terminated communications, I can finally share my insights with my valued assistant. I do so fancy a scientific investigation. I spot a Pioneer mining fleet in the distance. Maybe we can ask them for directions.
Pop off a couple scans. Help identify the system for later.
Bolo. Mineral.
By the Queen! Those Pioneer fellows seem to be in trouble.
Who treads there? One step closer, and you're space fly chow.
No. This can't be happening.
That's only an M
Pete,
class.
defend yourself. Don't let that Yaki take away our hard-earned credits.
Captain?
You're space
you
dust,
sure?
Buster.
Of course I am. We're pioneers, and we won't be done in by a pirate.
Enough like you. Tear them from their
Admittedly, he's a fast M class, but that's fine.
Xenon spotted.
He's not fast enough to avoid plasma. Most of the time.
Not bad for a machine, I suppose.
Wait.
End.
There we go. Unfortunately, we've succeeded in overheating our plasmas. Okay, they've cooled.
Fire, big fire. I'll make sure you regret that.
M.
Pop.
PE.
Go away.
Let's take out the P next. That's by far the biggest threat to our local friendly freighter.
I don't like this.
Not that it's that much of a threat at all, really. To us, anyway. Come on, cool those plasmas off faster.
End.
There we go. That was a dumb shot. We were too close and too high.
M.
A bit too close, a bit too high. Popped him pretty good though.
End.
Oh, that was a close one.
No, it
Now,
wasn't.
friend, I don't know how to thank you. Had you not arrived at precisely the right moment, I don't know if we would have found the courage to stand up against that vile fiend.
But, Captain Atreides,
Reuven, please, give our guest a moment to breathe.
Yeah, you didn't even take a scratch.
Maybe collecting the cargo that was scattered during this most heinous attack will help lift our spirits, yes? Please, friend, give us a hand if you will.
Oh, fine, if you insist.
Splendid. Please, friend, do accompany us on our journey. It is just a short hop. Upon our arrival, I will arrange for you to be generously accommodated.
Volo mineral.
Now we play the ever interesting game of, do we have to engage the travel drives or not? I'm going to make a bet on or not.
Say, friend, what leads you to this most remote of places? Perhaps you've heard of the famous Pioneers Initiative and couldn't help but want to see this most honorable endeavor for yourself. I can proudly say that us pioneers have dutifully expanded the reaches of Sol ever since our inception, and our glorious tale grows grander by the day.
I must
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that this
whatever.
operation is rather fascinating.
A boron? How intriguing. You couldn't possibly be here because of the planetary beautification program?
Oh, indeed. I have a plethora of vivid ideas that I would very much like to... I mean, that information is classified. Friend?
Right. Too many ears. Well, I'm sure we'll have ample opportunity for a chat once we arrive at our destination, my dear friends.
Captain, we're approaching our base of operations.
Capital. Well then, my friend, you go and take the cargo you helped us collect to the customs officer over yonder. Don't worry, she'll catch on eventually, and you'll get your share.
Yeah. Here, do our smuggling for us.
Docking granted. Successfully docked.
This entire situation appears to be rather opaque. I do hope that this customs officer will be able to shed some light on what we just witnessed.
All right. Hello, random person.
Yes? How can I help you? Ah, yes. I've been expecting another delivery. One shipment of Terran Tech unloaded and ready for sampling. Few of these crates are damaged. That's a bit troubling. You wouldn't know anything about that, now would you? A Yaki attack? Yes, of course, that's something we take very seriously. I will inform the local authorities right away. Please, deliver my thanks to Captain Atreides for his bravery. Don't worry about it. Here, take this as well, and you'll have to excuse me, but
Advanced
I'm quite
ship
busy.
nanoweave. Okay. That's a pretty nice reward. Not an exception. It's not an exceptional, but the third of one.
I am afraid I was not quite able to follow. We may have to investigate further. The denizens of the local recreation establishment will surely be able to elaborate. Trust me, assistant, for I have done my research on proper detective work.
All right. So where are we supposed to go? Oh, over there. Yep.
Stars light upon you. My people are spread far, and I consider it my holy duty to travel the Gate Network and give spiritual good day to you.
Yeah. You're boring and annoying.
Hello there. Yeah, you do realize that situation Look, I'm glad you came to help us out.
Yeah, whatever, lady. There's two ways to deal with pirates.
Hello there.
You blow them up, or you don't get anything good
Luck
out of
out
it.
there. Hello there.
Good luck out there.
I want to talk to the guy you're standing inside.
Hello there, pilot.
There we go.
And she told you that. You two. Look, I'm not saying she's wrong. But I know that doesn't change anything. I should maybe just stay away from Shani for a while. A very long while. She did what? And when, though, couldn't have done it without you, friend.
Yeah, whatever.
Enjoy your stay.
Dumbasses. The proper way to deal with pirates is by spending a bunch of your money on a big honkin'
Stars light upon you.
bunch of guns.
These people and even it would truly be a shame if this budding community would one day. These however, truly a tragic display of hubris. My people are spread far, and I consider it good day to you.
Okay, that yellow line there is just a bug, shall we say. I seem to remember there being a weird issue, now that I think about it. With this quest. Was it this quest where I had to talk to somebody in particular or do something that just did not show up unless I did exactly the right little sequence of bullshittery?
Greetings, fellow pioneer. I am on a trade. If things independence is truly one of the greatest. For me, personally, it is the
Oh, sure, here's your money.
Now, as a Taladi, that said, I have waited.
Is that what I need
That
to
should
find
do
out?
it. I believe we have enough clues to find our Yaki connection.
Not useful information. But I think it's this dumbass.
No, I'm innocent, I swear. That customs officer has been in cahoots with those pirates this entire time.
You disgust me.
I'm only telling the truth, Reuven. I keep telling you. Please don't tell your superiors. Damn it. Reuven, wait.
Praise miscommunication, as our new parent and friend might say. Onward! I have marked the customs office for you.
Yeah. I think it was actually a different quest now that I'm thinking of. The one that didn't, Oh, how surprising.
The tadpole has jumped the pond. Hurry up, assistant. Our investigation demands the utmost haste.
Back to the owl. You there, out of my seat.
Rapier.
Okay.
That asteroid does look peculiarly inhabited, or abandoned. It might just be the poor quality of your camera's resolution, but I do advise caution. And there is the customs officer again. Do not spook her. We still have to find the clue.
You, stop right there.
Judging by previous reactions to your rather forceful negotiation tactics, a certain amount of pressure will likely cause her to yield.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
What do you want? Are you threatening me? I have no further business with you. Thank you for letting me know. Maybe it's for the best. Towards the end, he was a danger to himself and everyone around him. We might have been. Once. It's true, by the way. He came to me quite recently. Went on and on about this new piece of cyberware he'd built out of Terran high-tech. He was so proud. And of course, he wanted me to have it. Thought that it would make me reconsider my decision and maybe go back with him. He was already so far gone. I couldn't bring myself to say no, and so I took it.
This is a weird fighter.
Kept it with me, even though I knew I'd never return there.
I don't remember. Is that the bottom? I think that's the bottom of it. And the front of the cockpit is there. Does the pilot sit on? Yeah, the pilot sits there. It's such a weird ship. I don't really like it.
I'll make you an offer. You seem more sensible than I expected, and I have a feeling that you wouldn't stop searching.
Yeah, this right here is the bottom of the ship, and then it's got all this mass above it.
See where it leads you. All I ask of you is to keep an
With
open
a
mind and don't
single
judge a book by
derpy
its
gun
cover.
here in the front.
There are going to be
It'd be much more
a few other
intelligent
ones where you're
if it
headed.
had
Good luck.
at least a couple guns there in the top wing, but it doesn't, so.
An item. How curious. This appears to be a rather advanced piece of cybernetics. Its
Okay.
creator seems to have poured his very soul into the intricate metalwork. And if my eyes do not mislead me, yes, it appears to be linked to the scary and sinister asteroid in your vicinity. Assistant, I command you to investigate.
Oh, look, how convenient. There's the entrance right there.
I can feel this place watching me. I suggest we conclude our investigation in the most efficacious and hasty manner possible.
Laser Tower Mark 1. Abandoned asteroid base.
Are those mines right there?
Danger.
Yeah, those are mines right there. Why can't I select the damn things?
Danger.
Once the smoke clears and I can see,
Danger.
I don't remember there being mines in here on previous trips. But it could just be that I have forgotten.
I do not like the look of that.
Laser Tower Mark 1.
That was the achievement sound if I ever heard it. What'd I get? Destroy a ship with a single shot, excluding mass traffic. Apparently, some bizarre reason that counts mines. Or laser towers, I mean. Strange. And there's a Maria with a very cool
An abandoned Yaki ship. So this is what that awfully
bit of purple
suspicious
paint.
customs officer was hiding.
Alright.
Ma'am.
Maria.
Let's go get ourselves a second Maria. The litigious rodent, which is a much cooler name for a ship than the, whatever the hell you want to call it.
I am sure that you would like to familiarize yourself with the controls of this intriguing vessel, but all in due time. May I propose that we first increase the abandonment of this horrible place by several levels of desolation?
Okay. Remember correctly, this is the way out. And once we get far enough away, we can just have the owl fly out.
Assistant, you have outdone yourself.
Geometric owl is a better name? No. This thing's so slow.
Now that we have completed that most uncomfortable episode, there appeared to be multiple options at your disposal, Assistant. From what I could gather, your other employer would undoubtedly appreciate your swift return. However, those overzealous Terrans will likely quarantine this marvelous piece of technology in their enthusiasm. Should you decide to meet them, it would be prudent to not waste resources on ship equipment beforehand. Alternatively, and if I may say so, preferably, you are always welcome to join me at your own headquarters. I do admit that I may not be the most ostentatious or generous of hosts, but
Yeah,
I
screw the
promise not to
Terrans.
damage your newly acquired vessel during the examination. The quest for knowledge is the noblest of pursuits.
They can, of course. Kiss my ass. Alright, geometric owl. Go dock back aboard the troubleshooter, okay? And we will fly this very slow ship. Back to HQ.
Entering system.
Welcome back to the Protectorate, Operative. I see you've made a new acquisition. If you dock it at our headquarters, my team will take it apart and extract all the information relevant to your investigation.
Nope. Well, that's not happening. Oh, we should have went the other way. Oops. All right. Even though I plan to get the blueprints to build more of these things. And eventually we will have a whole fleet of Marias. Because why would you ever use any other fighter? It's light, it's small, it's fast, got 4 guns. Even with crappy equipment,
Entering
it's hard to go
system.
wrong
Brennan's Triumph.
with the good old Maria. But anyway. Even with relatively crappy gear, these things are still pretty good ships. Alright, so while we wait for the autopilot to fly us to where we need to go. Although the autopilot, I don't think actually knows where we need to go.
Autopilot disengaged.
Let's do a little bit of long-range scanning. And just to light this place up. And I'm pretty sure that gate across from us over there is the one we need. And that looks like a shipyard, so we'll swing past it on the way. There's actually a couple of gates out here, I think. Okay, this looks more like the gate that'll take us to Sagaras. We'll see momentarily. Yep. Okay, this might not lead to Sagaras. It might lead to a place that's along the way to Sagaras. Considering it says find the way to Gaian Prophecy.
Entering system. Gaian Prophecy.
Okay. Like we need to go this way. If I had to guess. Long range scan isn't really helping me out as much as I'd like here. There's an unknown object, aka a gate, way over there. I don't see another one out this way. Go ahead and drop a scan real quick. And then we'll head over this way to that other gate.
Unknown object.
Yeah, that's a gate, alright. Alright. I'm not even sure why there's an option to take this thing back to the Terrans. It might just for people who really want to roleplay as bootlickers or something.
Autopilot engaged.
Alright, off we go. Now, while that happens, how are things going back at the ranch? Food ration production is being worked on. We're short a few hull parts, but not like a large amount. About 10k. Which 10k hull parts We've got that many in storage, actually. We could just grab them out and stick them in anytime we
Entering
want.
system. Antigone Memorial.
We're producing almost 5,000 an hour. We have tons of medical supplies. Food rations need to be set up. What's total storage amount? 62K. How much medical supplies are we keeping in stock? 10,000. Okay, let's do the same for this. Automatic sell. 10,000. No restrictions. Okay. Food rations have a sell order already. We already have 11K food rations in stock. Okay. Making a good amount of money. Speaking of which, how much do we have in stock here? 11 million? Gimme. Lovely. Okay, so everything that is eventually going to be produced at this station is being produced at this station, barring any late additions. The only thing that's missing is workforce, and that will arrive soon TM. Yeah. Anyway.
Autopilot. Epically failed. Entering system. Second contact.
I think we just got sideswiped by a freighter of some sort. And the game blamed it on the autopilot. I don't know if that was actually the autopilot's fault, to be perfectly honest. We were just kind of walloped by that freighter.
Entering system.
I think it was a freighter.
Argon Prime.
Okay, so we should be there soon.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
Should drop out at the first gate. And then it's a couple more jumps from there. Okay.
Entering system. Morningstar.
Yeah, one more jump and we'll be at Heretic's End. Okay. That station's pretty big. How are things going up here? It looks like the Paranid are finally getting around to building a defense platform in this Emperor's Pride.
Entering system. Heretic's End.
So that's good. We should probably make sure our freighters are supplying that with everything it needs. Speaking of freighters, so I want to build another round of Ultra Sentinels and assign them to this place. It looks like the freighters are all over creation. So they are hauling like they're supposed to. I'll just assume we don't need any
Autopilot
just yet.
disengaged.
Yeah, we got 5 food productions left, and then it's on to L habitats. Okay, Bozo, I've got a cool ship for you to look at. Where do you want me to land it? I think it's over here on the other side of this ring. This thing feels so slow compared to the other one. But we're doing almost 500 meters a second right now, which is not slow for a fighter. It says that the other fighter is so much faster. It's like, this is not bad at all compared to most fighters in this game. Which is not really a ringing endorsement of this particular fighter's speed. And it's definitely a condemnation of other fighters. Fighters in this game are... they're nothing that a fighter should be, let's put it that way.
Docking granted. Successfully docked.
It's an honor to have you aboard.
Alright, well, we leave this parked here for now.
Oh, how fascinating. This ship appears to be equipped with rather sophisticated spoofing technology that exceeds my wildest imaginations. I am devastated.
Those guns are kind of
Despite my
crap.
numerous qualifications at the highest level in many subjects, I am unable to reverse engineer this peculiar apparatus. You will have to discover its functions in the field. I did, however, manage to decrypt the ship's navigational data. You should be able to find its point of origin now.
What even are these? Just the standard fast pew-pew guns? I think so. They're definitely not what I would install on a ship like this.
We would like to remind all visitors to visit our special sales area close to the casino.
What I would like to do at this point is buy the blueprints for outfitting small ships with the things that I want them to have. Specifically, I would like to buy Mark IV small engine blueprints, Mark III small engine blueprints. Just because AI ships probably don't deserve Mark IVs most of the time. I'd like to get some weapon blueprints. Can't quite teleport that far. Anyway, we're going to Zyrith's Dominion and we're going to buy some blueprints. Because if I have to re-outfit this thing with decent guns, I might as well buy blueprints from the split for decent guns.
Entering system. Family Zin.
Because they have,
Entering system. Zyoth's Dominion.
amongst other things, POW accelerators. And let's see, what else do I want? Plasmas is a good start. Tau accelerators is a good start. I want burst rays, although not for that particular fighter. Although Split won't have the burst rays. Where's the teleporter around here? There it is. Split shields might be a good buy. I don't know. Depends on how much some of this stuff costs. We probably can't afford Mark IV engine blueprints, if I had to guess. Well, let's check. Engines. Split small combat engine Mark IV. 9 million. Actually, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. Okay, we'll buy that right off. It's only 1 million or 2 million for the Mark IIIs, which we'll also buy. Okay. Thrusters, we already have all-round Mark IIs for mediums. And we have small combat Mark IIIs. Okay. Weapons are the next thing we need. Okay. We might as well grab Mark II mining drills. Mark II plasma cannons. Mark II tau accelerator. Wait, that's the medium tau accelerator. We want the small tau accelerator. Okay, plasma cannons and tau accelerators are the only weapons we really want out of these guys. We don't really care about any split turrets outside of maybe flax, which we don't have access to. Alright. How much would it cost me for a Chimera blueprint? Only 3 million. Alright, let's grab the blueprint for the split Chimera. That's a pretty good fighter. We can pick up the blueprint for a Dragon for 12 million, but I don't want the Dragon blueprint, I want the Dragon Raider blueprint, so we're going to have to suck up to the other guys. 124 million for a Rattlesnake blueprint. That's not going to happen anyway, because we need the module for it. Specifically, we need the large ship fabrication bay, which is 243 million. That's a little ways off.
Split wish you fortune.
But we have the ability to build our own least usable. What shields do I want? For AI controlled ships, what shields do I want? Before we leave here. Let's pick a baseline ship. Let's use the Chimera. If I can find it in the list here. Let's see. Chimera is probably up close to the top. Yep, right there. Select loadout. We'll use the best boy loadout. And we will add several of these. And then we'll differ them only by shields and look at their loadouts.
Hello.
Terran shields are the obvious best. However, they do have the solid drawback that they have to be made using Terran parts. Which I don't have Terran economy built yet. Okay, so we got split shields on the first one. Now, split shields are fast recharge, which is valuable on fighters, actually. So they seem like they're bad on the surface. They're not, maybe not as bad as they might seem. The second one has parentage shields. The parentage shields are not much stronger. They recharge a little faster, which doesn't matter. And they take like 2 seconds longer to start recharging, which is what matters. The extra 70 points of shield strength of the parentage shield over the split shield, very not worth it. So it looks like split wins against parentage. Now, what about against Argon? For Argon, it's a whole 4 seconds faster to start charging almost. Well, not quite. He's like 8.9, so it's more like 9 seconds. So this is like 0.3 seconds faster charging. So it's kind of a... yeah, between those two. For this, it's a solid 2+ seconds win for charge speed. It is 400 or 200 extra cap, but that's not that much. It is a little faster charge. But once again, for fighters, it matters less how fast they charge rather than how quickly they start charging. That delay is what kills you. So the Argon shields are definitely the deadest here, just because of the long delay. What about Talati? Talati are even worse. They have 300 more capacity, which that's starting to get to the point where it matters a little more. But also they take almost 14 seconds to start. That's like 5 seconds more before they kick in charging than... And 5 seconds can be a long time to have a ship trying to shoot at you with you trying to not get hit. So Talati shields are an instant no. Not do I know, but hell no. Okay, but here's the funny part. Terran shields. The best shields you can pick. 11.5. So they have a kind of high delay, but they've got good capacity and they've got good charge rate. What saves these things is that if you mod them for faster charge delay, then it doesn't matter so much. So for a player ship, where you're going to put mods on it, Terran are the best, probably. Actually, there's maybe an argument to make for Pilati, just because their capacity is even higher. But see, the capacity isn't much higher for Talati versus Terran. And they have slower recharge rate. So Terrans win on recharge rate by quite a bit. And the higher delay, even when modded, this is still going to hurt more than this will. So I think for unmodded shields on a fighter, Blip probably wins. Because that extra 300 or whatever, 350 for Pilati, I don't think that's going to matter. What would actually probably hurt for the AI flying these is the slower recharge rate. 177 over the 242 of Terran. What do the Argon recharge rate look like?
We were hit.
Yeah, Argon's not much better. It's only 210. Like 40. So where Terrans really win is their recharge, the rate. What about Paranid? Paranid is probably second best on that category. Paranid is probably the second best to split. Because the recharge, or between Paranid, Split, and Terran, all three of them are good shields.
Greetings.
Also, what is going on with the engines on this one? Oh, I must have accidentally clicked on a different engine. The Combat Mark IVs. There we go. Yeah. Like, if you don't want to deal with Terran, these are probably the best to install on your fighter if you're going to mod it for recharge delay. Because you get that faster charge rate while still having a pretty reasonable capacity. Although I can only imagine how fast the recharge delay would be if you modded split shields. Anyway, I think we're going to buy split. Well, no. For AI control, I think Parented might be better because of the faster recharge rate. And we need to go to the Parented anyway. I don't think Terrans have an extra tier. Let me check. Unless I missed it. No, Terrans only go up to Mark 3. Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3. I don't remember them having a better tier. They might have a better tier on capital ships. I think the only thing that has an extra tier is the split engines. Where they have Mark 4 engines. I don't know about Terran shields on capital ships. They might have Mark 2 shields or everyone else just stops at Mark 1. I don't remember. Oh, we lost another Vulture Sentinel. He was stupid SCA. We should go get rid of those guys. Okay, so the next place we need to go is Parented. Where's the Parented faction rep nowadays? Surely they're not living up here somewhere. No. Ah, there they are. On this shipyard. Okay, do I have a freighter ship I can send down there? I can send the Mako. Yeah, you. Go dock down there.
We would like to remind all visitors to visit our special sales area close to the casino.
We should be able to teleport down there from here. If not, we can go through this one. Which, yeah, we'll leave that at that free port. I don't think PIO has anything particularly good in shields. Or anything special in shields, I should say. PIO is interesting because they do have their own fighters and stuff, which is cool because it gives Terran a lot more fighter variation. Unfortunately, they all suck. For M ships, there's an M3 Mark III shield. Okay, that makes sense. Because Terran actually have decent M shield, decent M ships. They've got really shitty fighters, though, unfortunately. They've got a bunch of different, between the Terrans and main Terrans and the PIO, they've got a bunch of different options. They're just all bad. Some of them are cool, but they're bad. Look, they've got those fighters that unfold the big old long wings when they take off and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, but why did you make them suck? You just had to make them...
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum.
Give them like an extra weapon, or make them a little bit faster, or, you know, so do something to give them... Make them useful. But then I guess most of the fighters in the game are useless, so... I don't know what I expected. Why did I come up here? The teleporter's down there. Alright. We need to go to the representative's office. There we need to buy burst rays. And a couple other things. Okay, weapons. Baronid, small. It's somewhere in here. Burst Ray Mark II. It's not actually listed as a Baronid exclusive, but it is. I think it's the other flavor of Baronid that have the blast launcher, which is technically, I think, the highest DPS. And then we want Baronid Small Shield Generator Mark III. Because that's a pretty reasonable shield for fighters that the AI is going to be controlling. Okay. We don't want any Baronid engines, we have split engines. Okay.
Safe journey.
Now. We're going to have to make a several hop teleport across the universe.
Entering system. Silent witness.
Alright, litigious
Entering
rodent.
system. Heretics end.
I'm going to send you... Oh, I can't because you don't have a crew, of course. I am going to take you to
Morea.
our shipyard, or wharf, I guess I should call it. And we're going to do a little bit of refitting. And I'm at least going to install reasonable guns on this thing. That's not where I want to go. You want to go through here.
Jump gate. Wretched skies.
We're going to install better guns. And we're also going to install better engines. We're going to give it split Mark IVs, because we might as well. Bought the blueprints for them.
Entering system. Wretched skies.
And
Accelerator. Wretched skies.
I'm probably
10.
not going to give it different shield. I most likely want to put Terran shields on this. If I'm ever going to fly it myself. Which I think is kind of the plan. We want to make sure it's got up to snuff software all the way across the board. And then we'll probably fly it down to PIO space to pick up some shields. Hire a captain while we're here. We should have picked up a captain when we were in PIO.
Skies. 10.
But I didn't think about it at the time. Not captain, shields. What's the deal with those Terran Frontier shields? They have an S-Class Mark V? What? I don't think I've ever seen any Frontier shields. Admittedly, I haven't really dug around in Terran space that much. Where would you find such a thing?
Docking granted.
Okay.
Successfully docked.
Oh, it could be
It's an honor to have you aboard.
that they're a timelines only thing. Okay. Combat Mark 4s. You could also take Combat Mark 3s, but there's no point. We want Combat Mark 3 thrusters, of course. We already have Mark 2 Lottie shields. I think we're going to go straight up to the Mark 3 Parentage shield. Yeah, because that's just better across the board. We might as well. It's like not a big deal, but... And we're going to replace these bolt repeaters. Actually, we're not going to replace the bolt repeaters yet. We're going to keep them on for a second, because I want to go rip some shots out with them. I thought I could forcibly hire a pilot here. I could before. Oh, maybe only when I'm buying the ship. Okay, we can't hire a pilot here until we have some crew. Alright. Let's do the basic upgrades. Then we'll upgrade the guns on a second pass. I want to fire these guns before I get rid of them. You got the faction rep buying L-class stuff? Well. A faction rep sells them. That's kind of interesting because I don't think I've ever seen them at their equipment docks. I don't think I had them in the encyclopedia, although that doesn't necessarily mean anything. The rules for how stuff shows up in the encyclopedia is weird and annoying. No, Terran Frontier class shield generator Mark 4, Mark 5. Okay, what does this go on? Now, Mark 1 and Mark 5 Frontier shield generators. No information in the description. Aha, here we go. They go on the experimental shuttle. Terran Frontier Engine Mark 1, Terran Frontier Shield Generator Mark 5. And the Gamma Haps. Alright, so they're more bullshit DLC special stuff. Good to know. The M and L class, they probably go on the similar... oh, what is the name of that stupid ship? There are other ships you get through timelines that are the same kind of thing. Yeah. These things are basic bitch. Pew pew Gatlings. With a weird reload time. That makes them really annoying. Because they're always reloading right when you need them. Let them cool a little bit, because I want to demo something that's really dumb about this. Okay. There we go. Reload. We're pretty close to reload. Next time you fire a burst, you only get a short burst, and then it reloads. Wait, wait, wait. It does seem like it might restore if you wait long enough between bursts, but it's hard to tell. Like there we got a short burst. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm not at the reload. Wait, wait, wait. We're maneuvering. We lined up on got another run. And we got a long burst. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It might automatically reload if you don't fire for long enough. It might not. Inconclusive. Either way, these guns are getting the boot. We're taking tail accelerators and plasma cannons, because that is the proper armament for anti-fighter operations. Also, the frame rate here, not good. Looking up through the station makes poor game chug.
Building drone.
It's a very sad game when we do things like that.
Docking granted. Successfully
All right.
docked.
Upgrade, repair. Weapons. Outer ones are tail accelerators. Inner ones are plasma cannons. There we go. We're not installing any burst rays on this one. Burst rays are for anti-capital ship use. We don't need this to be anti-capital. Boom. Okay. So this ship is more or less set up the way I want it to be set up. It's not perfect. It doesn't have turn shields or anything like that. But it is reasonably configured. I'm pretty okay with it. Now, I don't remember if we need to use the ship after this or not. So let's just teleport to the troubleshooter. Which is going to require a multi-stage teleport. And let's see if it'll let us take the troubleshooter out.
Entering system. Heretics end.
That's not what I wanted to do at all. Hello, Treebeard. Teleport. Okay, it's still too far away. I still have a beacon in Argon Prime, don't I? Yes, I do. I need to buy some more ships. Or rather, what I need to do is I need to buy a blueprint for a cheap fighter.
Entering system.
Which, oh look, we're going to get one of those soon, I hope. And then we can deploy more teleport beacons all over the galaxy. Okay. Just pop through the gate here. Back to Getsafone.
Entering system. Getsofune.
So where exactly do they want us to go and how? They want us to go way the hell out here to Tharkus Cascade. Alright, I suppose we can do that. That's a bit of a trip for the troubleshooter, but good chance to practice some capital ship navigation. We can make a bunch of Xenon get their panties in a bunch when we fly a capital ship through their systems. And also, it's not a particularly slow ship. It just takes it a long time to reach its top speed. Although it is much, much slower than the Owl, of course.
Entering system. The Void.
There aren't many ships around that are faster than the Owl. I probably should. It'd be kind of fun anyway. Try to make a maximum speed ship. Just for the now of it. I think your fastest ship is actually the Earl King, eventually. Yeah. I think the fastest ship I've ever owned was a kitted out Dragon Raider. But I think the Katana can be made to go faster. With the right gear. So I should probably buy a Katana hull at some point and play with it. Also, there might be others that are a little faster. I don't remember if there's any race ships that are particularly zippy or anything. The thing is, most race ships are fast in one way and not any other. Whereas for a ship to be the fastest, in my by my standards, it has to be really fast, both in and out of travel drive. Doesn't have to be the fastest in both, but yeah, fully upgraded asteroid might be pretty zippy. I can't stand that ship though. It's got two things wrong with it. I don't know if they ever fixed the sound bug. If they didn't fix the sound bug, then it's completely unusable. If they did fix the sound bug, then it's probably okay. That's the bug where certain sounds start blasting at absolute max volume the instant a save happens.
Atikva's choice.
That's probably fixed by now, or at least I would hope it would be, but yeah, you never know. And the other problem is that you only have the gear that comes with it. You can't just put whatever engines you want on it. You can't just put whatever guns you want on it. I hate that on any ship, which is why I don't like the Moron ships either. So there was a bug a couple versions ago now. 5.0 for sure. I don't know if persisted past that. where whenever you saved the game, not every time, but most of the time, certain ambient sounds that were attached to ships would just start blasting at max volume. It affected the Astrid
Danger.
in vanilla.
Entering system.
I don't think it affected any other ships that I already tried in the vanilla game. But it did affect a lot of the ships in Star Wars Interworlds, which I did a run of that in 5.0 too, I think. A lot of the TIE fighters will all of a sudden get very loud whenever you saved. And it would last until the save stopped saving. Which, for those of you who remember 5.0, saves took a lot longer back then. It was not fun.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
And that just kind of soured me on some of those ships to the point where... Yeah. Alright, where is the gate that gets out of here? Those are the gates that go up to the north. I think. Yeah, those are. It's not a gate. Of course it wouldn't be a gate. That would be useful and interesting and cool. It's a super highway! Yay! Everyone's favorite bug farms that they still haven't fixed.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Got it equipped ready, huh? Oh, it picked us up this time. That one might actually be one of the ones that's not too bad.
Entering Farkas Cascade.
Of course, the real problem is now we have to wait for the engines to charge. Which thankfully goes pretty quickly when you're already at speed. Here's one of the weird Xenon stations.
Unknown object.
Let's fly a little closer to this thing. Is that one of the, yeah, it's a piece of the aqueduct. I don't know why they call it the aqueduct. Because there's bits and pieces of it all over the place, if I remember correctly. I don't think it's just in this system. And here we are in another place.
Entering system. Matrix. Number 7-9.
Of course, it dropped us completely out of travel drive. Fun.
The aqueduct.
Yeah, so we have more chunks of the aqueduct here. Which makes little sense. There's a K. Let's go murder it.
K.
Hey, Kay. I heard you're about to have a very bad day. Of course, I might also have a bad day because I got a bit too close, but...
N-K. Shield generator. Turret. Engine. Turret.
Yeah, we'll be fine. His turrets are having a bad day right now.
Turret. Shield generator. Turret. Shield generator. Turret.
If you ever select
Shield
that other
generator.
chin turret,
Shield all damage. Turret. Engine. Shield
yeah, he'd be
generator.
dead before then. Yeah, see? That wasn't so bad. Alright.
B. Danger.
More training for the repair crews. Looks like we may have lightly injured one of the front guns. It's not fully destroyed, so it'll be repaired eventually.
N.
Okay. Now, I think there it is. We have a P in front of us. One of the few things that could be considered a threat. Our shields are recharging. We'll be fine. There's not enough fighters around here to really cause an issue. Us maneuvering like this is not helping our turrets hit stuff. But that's fine because if we take out a few of the heavier ones, the smaller ones will go even faster. There's another K on the way.
Unknown object.
And it is coming in
K.
distressingly fast. Alright.
Shield generator. Turret. Shield generator. Turret. Shield generator. Turret.
I wish there was a way to order your guns
Shield turret. Shield generator. Turret.
to only
Shield
lock
generator.
on certain kinds of targets.
Turret.
There we go. Large graviton turret. That's what we want to target. Because those are the only ones that can do any real damage to us. We want to take out the chin turrets and the cheek turrets. Because then he just has these bottom turrets and we don't care about those. And it looks like we've taken out both the chin turrets and one of the cheek turrets, and the other cheek turret is locked up right now. We're actually going to close the distance and take out the last one. Okay, so the only turrets that K has left that can damage us is his bottom turrets. However, there is another K over there. Let's get rid of this one real quick.
K.
There really needs to be separate cycle turrets, cycle shields, hotkeys. Okay, kaboom, there goes that K. This is one way to kill time while you're waiting for stuff to repair. That K is coming in fast.
Shield generator. Turret.
Got a large graviton turret hooked up. And it is one of the chin turrets. Alright. Close to 6.2. The other one's on the other side of the ship, so we're unlikely to be able to target it effectively. Come on, just blow up already. We're getting shot at. I don't like that. We're about to. We've lost our shields, I think. Okay. We have indeed lost our shields.
Turret. Shield generator. Turret. Shield generator. Shield generator.
Pick
Engine.
the large graviton
engine.
turret
Shield generator.
on the side, right in front of
Shield
us.
generator. Engine. Shield generator.
Piece of shit.
Engine. Turret.
There we go. If we get rid of that turret, that'll save us. Okay, good. We're gonna live. We're above it. If the other two front turrets are on the other side, away from us, we'll be fine. We just need to get our shields back. Which, once the K is dead, that will happen. We just need to make sure that the turrets on their side of it don't turn around and get us.
B.
Which I think it's dead already. Okay. Bees. You guys need to go. Because you can probably do terrible things to our shields as well, if I had to guess. Although you're pretty squished, so...
B.
Why aren't my shields regenerating? Please don't tell me someone shot them. That would make me very displeased. Probably scan the outside of the ship. No, shields are still okay. Or at least we still have one. They're just not recharging yet. Looks like there's not much around us anymore.
The aqueduct. B-E.
Let's get rid of that B. It's gonna be an easier target than the P's. We can go back to the original target we were shooting at. The front guns are severely damaged. It'll take them a bit to repair. Thankfully, I don't see any bigger ships around us. Let's get this turn a little bit more aggressive. Okay, you know what? Screw you.
B.
There's a B right there we can easily take out.
M.
turn all of our turrets on all enemies so that hopefully the plasmas will try for a few of the heavier ships. And M is not worthy of our time. Okay, looks like we've cleaned the area up pretty well. We are lightly smoking from a few spots.
Shields are down.
Okay, you bastards.
You may live to regret that.
We need to get rid of the peas and such like. Damn it. There we go. Now we're getting hits. Boom. No more P. Did we lock another one up? Yes, we did. Go plasmas. They're not going to hit him, but there's always a small chance. He might have taken these shields out. It's hard to tell. That or he just used them all up thrusting away from us. Okay. Chip go boom. Get some solid hits. What a time for the guns to overheat. Okay. Solved that problem. Just sit still and let the turrets take care of business. Probably the smart thing to do would be to take off with the owl and clean up around us a little bit. But I don't think we need to. Okay, damage assessment. We're missing a couple turrets, it looks like. We have lost our shields, okay. The shields are gloriously aflame.
Shields are down.
That explains why they have not... First time I looked at it and see the flames. But we're gonna have to clear out all these fighters and then we're just gonna have to sit for a bit. Will that stuff repair? The good news is we're gonna have a really high level service crew by the time we're done, which is gonna be very useful in the long run. Also, if we can hit this M with any of these front gun shots, he's going to be a very sad M. This is pretty much a wasted effort, though. Better to sit still and let him make runs on us. They're going to do so little damage to our hull that the blacks will take him out pretty easily. Is that another P? That's another P. Okay, screw you, Buster. You gotta go. Where is he? Just spotted that damn thing. Where'd he go? There he is. Come on. Oh. There we go, we got some hats. Okay, he's dead. Alright, all we got left. M's. Those aren't going to survive for long. Yeah, look at that. Getting roasted. We are down some flak turrets, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Yeah, another one goes. We only have 3 left making runs at us. The fewer there are, the more turrets we'll be focusing on them. Okay, now we're down to 2. The important thing is that we still have our engines. That means in a worst case, we can still make a run for it. Yeah, see, not very smart on to make runs in like that. Because everything is going to shoot at them. Including the plasmas, although it's unlikely any of those are going to hit. If some do, I will of course take the damage. Like that one's basically dead. The one off below us is pretty injured as well. Okay, pop. Now it's just the one below us. And the service crews can get back to work. Although they do work while you're being attacked, I think. They can get to work harder. There we go. It looks like we have more visitors showing up. Once we get rid of this M, I think we should start moving. Let's head a little farther away from Xenon Central and hope we can get a bit of peaceful being left aloneness. Although a couple of M's are no big deal. Okay. Troubleshooter, how much damage did you take anyway? Main batteries, 3 out of 4 are operational. Okay, that means one's been repaired since last time I looked. We lost 2 flak turrets, which is no big deal. Those will get repaired shortly. All 3 engines are up. The medium shields are up. The large shields are up, but heavily damaged. Okay. Those must have been just restored. It looks like we're down 1 main battery and a couple of flak turrets. A little bit to get everything restored to the point where it's actually working, though. We do have some shields back. What was that, 3Ks? Yeah. A little bad maneuvering. Is that a K over there or is that a P? It's moving too fast to be a K. It might be though. It could be a K in travel drive. Yep, that's a K. Not quite beefed up enough to go tie that on. If I had all the main guns operational, I might consider it. I'm not sure where it's going, but not going anywhere I care about for the moment. I probably should go tell the plasmas to knock it off. There's no real point to having them firing at everything. Alright, Mr. P. You are annoying me. And I can just turn around and delete you, so... Yeah, what do you think of that? Alright. Let's just sit here for a bit and paste everybody who comes to visit. Should be fairly straightforward. Looks like we've got our one of our top flak turrets that was missing has been replaced. Did we have all of our flak turrets back? It looks like all the flak turrets are back. Because we got the front 8 and the rear 4 all seem to be back up and firing again. Some of them are a bit damaged, but that's fine. That's what repair crews are for. Well, service crew. And if we look... "12 out of 12 operational. Still got 3 out of 4 main batteries, but that's fine. That'll be back up soon. Service crew continues to work and get more stars. Got 3 and a bit star. 4-star engineer. Not sure what controls morale. That's such a weird stat. Oh, we picked up some energy cells somewhere. Let's get rid of those. Nobody wants energy cells. Matter of fact, I definitely don't want energy cells so much. And I am going to blow them up so I don't accidentally pick them up again. There, problem solved. Alright. How are things going back at the ranch? It looks like we're getting our first Argon habitat building. Got 5 minutes left until it's done. Okay. Lovely. That means we're at full capacity for food and medical and all that stuff. I wonder if we've been selling any of that. Agricultural trader stopped by and bought medical supplies. Food trader stopped by and bought medical supplies. Medical supplies. Medical supplies. No one seems interested in buying food. If we wanted to sell food, we'd probably have to ship it to Argon space. Also, I think medical supplies is the thing we're overproducing the most. Yeah. So it might just be that the food price isn't the lowest either. We are actually selling a good amount of medical supplies. In dribs and drabs. Okay. Very nice. We're good in all the raw materials. We're up to 20 million in the station account. Let's go ahead and drain that. Energy cells are actually keep staying under control. That's pretty good. Oh, that's all the missiles and stuff that got dropped around us being blown up. Like, what in the world is blowing up outside? Nothing important. That's what's being blown up outside. This defense platform. Power log slowly, I suppose. Looks like the Xenon are building a new defense platform here. We should probably go swat that before they get too ambitious. We probably won't, though. It is nice to see that the Paranid are finally making a move on this, although they are doing it very, very slowly. Okay. Everything is going in Family Zen. Since the last time I cleared a Xenon infestation out of it, it looks like it's been staying mostly clear, so that's good. Very good indeed. Troubleshooter. All the main batteries are back online. Okay. Now they just need to fix everything. That's going to take a little while. Particularly the shield generator needs to be fixed. But everything is operational again. Matter of fact, one of the main guns is fixed completely. That's nice. Okay. Every item that they fix completely is another item they don't have to waste time working on. I really wish I knew how morale worked. That one's a 2.5-star pilot. We got some 3-star pilots working as service crew. I'm not sure how they learn skills that aren't their main one, but they do seem to pick up some amount of piloting skill just working as service crew. Kind of interesting. Anyway, the way I understand it is that highly trained service crew will repair ships faster. And that is exactly what we need them to do. Okay. Yeah, you can tell the main gun, one of them was red, now they're all orange or better. Has that first habitat been finished yet? Yes, the first habitat has been finished. Yay! The first crew will move on board now. I hope. Okay, where is workforce? Anything else just blew up nearby? I thought there was a thing for workforce here that was grayed out. Oh, it's moved over to here. We have 8 people living on our beautiful little station. Go ahead and check fill hole habitat. Because we want 32,000 people living here. Eventually. We only need like 27k something or other. But by having a good amount of extra, we'll be able to fast crew ships and stuff without drawing down our worker supply. And also, actually they say we need 31k workers. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was 27k. Anyway, we'll have an extra 1,000 workers here, which will make it easier to crew ships in the future. Plus 20 crews per cycle, whatever that ends up being. I don't know if that's what this time until next shift means. In any case, we're getting 0% efficiency from our current 8 workers. Also, how long is it going to take to build this thing? 10 minutes is remaining. I didn't see how much time. It might only take 15 minutes to build a large habitat. For some reason I thought it was 20. But 15 would make sense. Or it could be even shorter. Guess the only way to tell for sure is to go look at it in the encyclopedia, which is what I probably should have done in the first place. Encyclopedia. Estimated build time, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. So, we have 32 of those to build. Or 31 left now. That's going to take, according to my quick calculations, a lot of time. When you get around to them, large shipyards take an hour and 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't want to think about that. How much money do I have right now? 74 million. We're only like 100 and some odd million away from buying large shipyards. Only. How much is this place making per hour? So it looks like over roughly the last hour, starting at about 8 million, it made 19 million. Plus another million. So it's making a decent amount per hour. Nothing I would write home about. Yeah, here it's saying sum of displayed transactions is 7.5 million. If we do show more, that shows sum of displayed transactions 6 million. We transport out 19 over this time period. So yeah, I don't know. It's making reasonable amounts of money. How much have I drawn out of it total? Oh, showing more on the graph does not show more on the list on the side. You'd have to use this button. And page through. So this is not a useful thing at all. Because apparently it's only for the page. Maybe? Because if we do show more, then it turns into 3 pages, but this number doesn't change at all. If we move ahead to the next page, then it shows a completely different value down here. So this is just the sum for the displayed transactions on this page, not all the pages. That's kind of useless. Oh well.
I would like to inform you of a recent development. Please navigate to your research interface.
And what have you done to my poor research unit interface? Nothing. There's nothing here. There's teleportation tech I don't care about. Xenon equipment I don't care about.
Requirements for me to start that research.
The welfare module I don't care about.
Has brought an issue to our attention regarding the morale and
Oh, this is new,
motivation
I
of
guess.
several of your skilled workers. Perhaps a meeting is in order.
Suppose if we wanted to, we could probably go ahead and do that research. I don't know what it actually does for me. The welfare modules. It indicates it's going to be a while before we have any building space available to do anything like that. Speaking of which, it looks like we're back up to 3 million again. 4 million. Almost. I wish I could set this up to just transfer all money out immediately. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, it does not work that way. Oh well. By the time we're ready to build a large shipyard,
Awaiting orders.
we'll have our small shipyard, medium shipyard, whatever. We'll be cranking out industrial quantities of ships just to sell make money. Probably sending Vulture Sentinels all over the galaxy to sell to anyone who was willing to buy one. The IO and Terrans for a start, because they don't generally stock Commonwealth ship parts, and therefore they'll pay more for them. Although that does have the drawback that they won't buy more than a certain number for a high price, because they don't have anything to use for those parts either. It's kind of weird, the AI, when you sell them ships, they don't use them. Like, it would kind of make sense if you sold ships to the AI for the AI to, you know, use them. If they had the use for, if they could. Like, if you sold a medium freighter to the AI would just go, okay, I got a medium freighter now. What can I do with a medium freighter? Oh yeah, I'll have you do this. But they don't. They just take them to the nearest shipyard and scrap them. Which, I mean, okay. But also, it'd be cooler if they didn't. Then you could do things like sell combat fleets to your friendly local AI and buff up their navy. Because that would be cool. Unfortunately, you can't do that. It looks like we are in much better shape than we were a little bit ago. Although we still have significant hull damage, that's not really something we can do much about. Because repair crews are notoriously bad at fixing your hull. Yeah, our shield generator is still pretty beat up, so we better wait for that to get repaired some more. It looks like the flak turrets are almost completely repaired. The main batteries are getting there. They use them, they buy them for your shipyards? Yeah, but you can't sell them directly. Like, the whole reason to sell them directly would be just to forcibly give the local navy a giant shot in the arm would be the reason I'd want to be able to do it. Because then I could do things like build an Asgard and sell it to, say, somebody who's having massive Xenon problems. And then they would have an Asgard. Or 2 or 3. Speaking of which, I should probably go to the Terran space, now that we're fairly friendly with the Terrans, and buy Terran blueprints. That, or I should just go steal them, which that's probably easier. In any case, I should get my hands on some Terran blueprints. Because I need to start setting up a parallel Terran economy. So I can do things like make Terran ship hulls. Without having to ship in large amounts of materials. Oh, we actually caught one doing it. How dare you eject a whole bunch of ice, you scum. It's interesting to see they're ejecting ice instead of just helium now. Let's see, what do you have in your storage? Hydrogen? I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden we saw him dump that hydrogen too. Because he'll unload some of it. Because there's a certain amount of hydrogen the station can take. And then he'll sit there with the rest of it going, oh, what do I do with it? And when he can't figure it out, he'll just dump it. And he'll get more. And come back and do it all over again. Which I guess is one drawback of this, yeah. Let me check something here. How are we doing on the resources required? We're about 10k short on hull parts still. And how are we doing on hull parts stored? Why is this set to 25k when our max storage is basically 25k? I probably should add some more container storage to this. Let's change our max storage to, or not max storage, our cell limit to 20,000. That'll give a little bit of overhead at least. When it hits 20,000, they should start hauling back to the build storage again. Although it is set no restriction. Build another station? I really should, but... I definitely should not have put everything into a single station like this, but I like doing it anyway. For example, there's no reason not to have the medical supplies in its own, food and medical supplies in its own separate station. That definitely should have been done. Hull parts should probably be its own station. Well, maybe hull parts together with breakout columns. Technically, having each thing in its own station makes a certain amount of sense. Each and every material have an individual station for it. Like a superfluid station, a graphene station. Silicon wafer, just do silicon refining somewhere. Water, I don't think I would do in a separate station. I think I'd probably do that at the same station as I actually used the water. I don't know, maybe. But then you need to have a lot of ships hauling stuff around. This way I need no ships, except the miners and some ships hauling excess away to sell. Because this needs no internal shipping whatsoever. However, it is a massive, incredible, absolute pain in the ass to build because it takes years. I do like kind of the idea of having medical supplies, food rations. Why is Claytronics down here underneath food rations? That makes zero sense. Anyway, all the water dependents. Basically all of the materials needed to keep a crew happy. Medical supplies and food rations. Having those on a single station makes a certain amount of sense. And then you just have food distribution happening from one place. Everywhere that needs a workforce. Because that's just 2 end product lines and a couple ingredient lines. And the only delivery is water. Easy. You end up with a pretty large station, but I've done that before and it's not too big of a deal. It doesn't take that long to build. Particularly if you start building it before you need it. A tech station that handles a lot of these components. That kind of makes a certain amount of sense. Probably better, though, as a station that does, like, building weapons doesn't just take weapon components. It takes weapon components and some other miscellaneous bullcrap. I don't remember. Let's look at the encyclopedia. Weapon components and advanced electronics are needed to make pretty much all weapons. So it almost makes sense to put weapon component and advanced electronics in the same station, and then you just have everything you need to build a weapon made in one station. But also it almost doesn't make sense, because what is their actual requirements? Let's see. Weapon components require plasma conductors. Now, plasma conductors, aren't they used as a secondary for shields, or is it engines? So there's kind of a tangled web between some of that stuff. So it does make sense to have a final components station. Somewhat. That makes all the stuff that's used directly by the fab bay. Yeah, I don't know. But definitely, like, a silicon refinery should probably also make microchips. Because they just take silicon and energy cells. Smart chips, same deal. Scanning arrays require some refined metals as well. So that might be its own thing. But it almost makes sense to put your ore and silicon on the same station. And then throw on a couple of next step things. Like produce your refined metals, your smart chips. Probably not your graphene. Graphene probably should be somewhere else. Although that would make sense to have, obviously, as part of your helium. Let's see, graphene uses just energy cells and methane? Yeah. Your gas refinery would have your superfluid and your graphene. And obviously quantum tubes would live there probably. Plasma conductors. There's no point having these elsewhere. And also another thing that's a trap. Energy cells. Trying to ship energy all over the galaxy? Bad idea. Don't do it. Just build a few energy cell productions on every single station you build, and you'll be much happier at the end of the day. Refined metals, silicon wafers, scanning arrays, microchips, smart chips, none of those require non-minerals to make. Yeah. That all goes together really well. And like the rest of this stuff, engine parts, antimatter cells, refined metals. Okay, big deal. Put that with the hull parts probably. All parts are just graphene refined metals. That should be its own station. So you can have a solid refinery, a gas refinery, build both of those in your mining systems. Hopefully you have 1 or 2 gig mining systems. One for gas, one for solids. Then you have a ship tech station. That's probably also your shipyard. Because that just makes sense, not to have to ship all your ship tech. That'd do your hull parts, your claytronics, your components. And then you have a workforce supply station that hauls to all the others. Just having it split up like that, you still have some mega stations, and you don't have that much shipping between them. But everything builds so much faster. Which means you can expand a lot faster and everything. This time I deliberately didn't go with that plan. or anything like it, because I decided I was going to build a gigantic mega station. Efficiency be damned. But anyway. I have given in to the temptation of having a separate energy station before, because I had a system with really high solar efficiency that wasn't too far away from where I was doing my main economy. I figured, oh, it can't be that bad. It wasn't a good idea. I had a lot of freighters just to haul energy cells. It was not worth it. I had a dinky little tiny solar station that cranked out so many solar cells because of the massive solar efficiency. I think I was actually in the Star Wars Inner Worlds mod. But I had a relatively tiny little station that just cranked out solar cells. And then I had a massive merchant fleet that did nothing but transport those stupid solar cells. Relatively massive. And what I ended up doing just to make it sane is I built a separate trade station, where one of the main jobs of the trade station was just as a place to transship energy cells, so I could load them onto medium freighters for in-system transit. I wouldn't have quite so many freighters strung out across the galaxy. And I would have faster turnaround when somebody actually needed energy cells. They wouldn't have to wait for a large freighter to make their way out there. Scrapping setups, they're their own thing. Let's save the game real quick here. Let's see. This one should be the right save. Rather old save. It's the very first X4 run I ever did on stream, which I think is actually the same as the very first X4 run I ever did. I haven't done that many runs in X4, really. Okay, this should load up fairly quickly. It's not version 5 anymore. Saves load sometime this year instead of after a couple centuries. Press control space to toggle flight assist on and off. You know what else control space does? That's a Windows hotkey for, I think it's control space, for switching between different keyboard layouts. That seems like a risky choice. Anyway. Here we go. The Scrappy Station. For some bizarre reason, on the first run I ever did, I decided it would be a good idea to do scrapping. So I have 3. If I can select one of them. Apparently I can't. Let's see, where are they at? I have 3 scrap processors and 6 recyclers down the back. And then I have a few energy energy cell productions. Just a couple. I'm not sure how many are actually here.
Awaiting orders.
It says there's 120 production modules, and it looks like that's the only kind of production module we have on this particular station. Yeah. Scrapping is a little bit energy hungry. Admittedly, we're overproducing a little bit, I think. We're producing probably about double what we need. We're producing 200,000, 2 million per hour. Yeah. 2,000, 100, 2,000, 2 million, something like that. And consuming 1.1 million. Looks like. We are massively overproducing energy cells, but yeah. That's a lot of energy cells. A lot of energy cells. Way more than I'll ever want. But even if we cut half of that off, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decks of energy cells. We could cut this off, cut the bottom half off, and probably be okay. That's still a giant block of solar. Not sure why I'm overproducing by so much. Probably because it was easier to slap more blocks on the bottom and they build fast. Anyway, what other stations do I have here anyway? There's Green Acres, which I think this is food and medical supplies. Looks like it. And there's the money printer, which was... what does this produce? Advanced electronics, looks like. What else? Advanced electronics and weapon components, apparently. Because those sell fairly well. Disappointingly, they never made quite as much as I hoped it would. Although it does make money. Got some defensive stations scattered around, but... mostly it's this stupid monstrosity that was the crown jewel of this save. It is such a dumb station. I did learn an important lesson, though. Scrapping probably isn't worth it. Activa's Choice seemed like a great place for it, but... we did scrap a lot of Ks out of this place. There are some Ks, and there's some stations, actually, destroyed Xenon stations, that are, or were, maybe they're unstuck now in the new version. Stuck forever, partially scrapped, and unable to be scrapped the rest of the way. And they've never despawned, they were just kind of stuck. So I wonder... here. You. Could you scrap this remains of this station up here? No. Okay. But yeah, there's some kind of bug. There's multiple bugged wrecks around here that can't be scrapped. They were scrapped partially or mostly, and then they just kind of got stuck. Some of them you can't target or give orders to at all, or give orders about. They act like they don't exist when you fly up to them. But anyway. If you were in Avarice, which I think has absolutely ludicrous sunlight. Yeah, 1300% sunlight. Scrapping would make sense there. It might make sense if you built a scrap station in Mercury or something too. I don't appear to have that explored on this. 189% here at Venus. That's probably not worth it. Definitely not worth it in Asteroid Belt with 13% sunlight. The Terrans really get shafted when it comes to energy farther out. For them, they definitely want their solar power in the few parts of the system that are good for it. But if you've got a high output system, it might make sense to do it. It doesn't really make sense to do it in Hectiva's Choice, no matter how many Xenon are dying there. Anyway. We're not getting anything done while we're sitting in this save. Yeah, Mercury's 714%. Yeah. So Mercury maybe might make sense to put a scrap station there, but then you'd have to haul scrap there in the first place, and where are you going to get it? Which just kind of leaves Avarice, maybe. I don't know. Scrap seems a little bit... They way overtuned the energy costs is what it comes down to make it useful. So like that station, it wasn't exactly giant. It had three scrap processors or whatever on it. 1.1 million solar cells. Yeah, there are some places with natural scrap. Another thing, if you set up next to a place that doesn't have natural scrap, then you're at the mercy of how many Xenon wrecks you can get. It's like, I've made a not inconsiderable amount of materials. In Hectiva's Choice from Xenon Rex. It's not like it was completely not profitable or anything like that. It's just that it probably would have been better to build a normal station at the end of the day. Is that a P out there? Not a P, I mean a K.
The aqueduct.
Kinda looks like there's a K right there. A K that needs somebody to go say hi to it. Yeah, the higher the solar, the more reasonable it is. But even then, you might just mine ore and silicon. It's not like they cost anything.
K.
Looks like we're currently above and behind this K. Although our approach angle is doing its best to make sure we are below and behind, which I don't necessarily appreciate. Okay, that's much better. That was pretty much the idea, Dread. Kill time while the poor ship had a chance to get its bits repaired. We are still mildly injured on 2 of the front guns, but they're getting pretty close. And I think the main shields are still a bit injured, but we should be able to kill this K without ever getting in range.
Turret. Shield generator. Turret. Shield generator. Turret.
That's actually a turret I would like to aim at. Approach a little bit. We still can't fire the center two guns. They do not want to cooperate. The outer pair, however, is fully operable. But maybe the center two are a little more injured than I thought they were. Okay, we're riding the edge of what is in range, but we're behind it, so we're pretty safe. There's no real point to taking out that gun anymore.
Okay.
We're behind it enough that it's not getting anywhere. Probably better to shoot the engine instead. Blow it down. Yeah, the center two guns are still dead. Still, the plasmas are up, and that's most of the anti-shipping damage anyway.
SE.
Okay. Yeah. Now. Head back over this way. Okay, troubleshooter. Just how damaged are those main guns still? Could you please tell me? According to this, not very. It looks like our main shield generator is mostly, if not fully, repaired. Okay. But the main batteries have a little bit of work to go yet. Is there anywhere I could look at that actually gives me more information about the individual components? Not really. And for some reason it doesn't want to let me click on my own bits. I thought you could select your own
The aqueduct.
components, but it's really not letting me do it anymore. But I do remember selecting my own engines. Oh, I wonder if I have to get off the
Engine.
aha, there we go.
Rattlesnake. Engine.
If I get off the pilot seat, I can do it.
Turret. Rattlesnake.
Dang it, I can't use the selection hotkeys. I'd have to get out and actually fly around it with the... Let's go do that. Go take a look at those forward guns. Geometrical. You, out of my seat. Alright, let's go survey our ship's damages.
Turret. The aqueduct.
Can I even select these front guns at all? I don't think I can select them as separate entities. Interesting. You can select turrets, but not guns, apparently. Alright, well.
Shield generator.
Yeah, shield generator's back up to snuff, fully repaired.
Turret.
Looks like all the turrets are
Engine.
repaired. We just have some front guns that are feeling a bit sad. And the hull, of course.
Shield generator. Turret.
Get the repair crew to actually repair the hull is going to take a very, very long time.
Container. The aqueduct. Shield generator.
Well, that works, I guess.
Docking granted.
Alright, on with our mission. We're down 2 front guns, but oh well. They'll be fixed up eventually, I think. Okay. Okay, what that revealed to us? Some stations. And that's about it. I'm going to guess that the gate out of here lies right over there. Yeah, that looks about right. Matter of fact, I think that's the gate right there. You can see a ring over here, but I'm pretty sure that's, what are you gonna call it? A shipyard. I mean, it really should remove that clunk, 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 clunk noise the ship makes whenever the engines engage and disengage. Because it doesn't actually happen when the engines engage and disengage. It happens whenever you provide control input. Even when the engines are forcibly on. For example, when you are under travel drive. So if I just wiggle the stick while I'm under travel drive, it does that. Looks like there's 2 Ks in production there. We could do something about that. However, that would be very dumb. Because stations like that tend to spit out tons of drones when you shoot them.
Entering system. Savage spur.
How unfortunate. I'm detecting multiple entities with outspokenly murderous malicious intent.
So yeah.
Hello, old friend. This is Tamitha. I'm just a recording, but if there's still good in you, I know you will hear me out. I believe this person can help you. Consider this my parting gift.
Guard, get your house under control for sake. I know they don't listen. Handle it.
Alright, well, rip Xenon.
PE.
Oh. The center guns have come back on. See, I told you they would be repaired soon. They're not performing as well as the side guns, because they are a bit rough around the edges, obviously, but... firepower is firepower, I suppose. Alright, now all that's left is fighters, so you might as well just sit here and let them get roasted.
Sorry about that.
And while our ship proceeds to destroy bots of one kind, I will destroy bots of another kind. Darn bots.
We're taking hits.
B.
Looks like there's a bee coming over to investigate. He won't last long, considering especially that he's flying on a straight course. And bees are pretty squishy.
M.
Yep. Looks like there's only one fighter left attacking us. Go ahead and put him off the nose. If we keep him off the nose, there are a lot of flaks that can shoot that direction, I believe. And we can also let him know what we think of him with the main guns. While the chances of actually hitting an M with the main guns is slim, it can happen. Sometimes. Yeah, there we go.
Stranger, explain yourself. Who are you and how did you get here? Why?
It'd probably be easier to understand if you weren't wearing the weird mask.
Feed me these coordinates immediately. I'm providing you with an escort.
Alright. Let's go ahead and fly our fully operational destroyer straight to the Aki base. You hit P's quite often, but you do have them modded for velocity, time to live, etc. Yeah. My front guns are currently unmodified, but I can bop a medium, a P or a B without too much trouble. Fighters are a little harder. Once I get some velocity mods in these things, it'll definitely help. But I actually haven't checked to see if I have the components required to build those yet.
What is this? A Xenon station? I think we might have already pressed one of these earlier. I must say, I am rightly flabbergasted by its intricate entanglement. change an aggressive color scheme.
Oh, no sightseeing.
Oh yeah? Who are you to stop me? I've got a destroyer, and what do you have? Oh, piddly fighters? Does this thing even have a pier on it? It probably does somewhere. Guess we'll find out when we get there. If not, I guess we can always dock the, what do I call it? Yeah, they got a pier. Okay.
Pirate base. Docking granted.
Okay, let's see if it gives me a docking guide this time. No? Do I have to be facing the damn thing to get the guide? I don't think so, because this thing docks sideways. Oh. It's give me turn orders now. Wants me to turn around. Aha, there's the docking guide. Okay. It says we're upside down. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Okay, there we are. Okay. I believe it thinks we're too close. Thankfully, we have a docking computer. We don't have to do the whole thing. Sometimes docking large ships, larger than this usually, like the really big XLs and stuff, without a docking computer, is an absolute nightmare. Because something about the larger your ship is, the more precisely you have to be lined up.
Glad you're reasonable, stranger. I'm adding you to the admission list for my office.
And if you don't have a docking computer,
That does sound eerily familiar.
you have to be
terminate my communications for now and observe quietly.
perfectly in position. XL freighters, like an Asgard, stuff like that. Without a docking computer, always get the docking computer. Or just let the AI do it.
Well, where do I start? Where would you start if you were in my place? You're a damn security risk.
Well, I would start by offering me blueprints for all of your cool fighters.
You're not the first to arrive here. Ever since the realignment of the gates, we're picking up scrappers, adventurers, scientists. Maniacs! All of you.
Yeah, the docking program's not expensive. It's just that what happens if you don't buy it for some reason?
There are already far too few of us. I'm not asking you to join the Yaki. We all have our allegiances.
And you end up inside your ship trying to dock it anyway. Or say you get a ship from somewhere that didn't have one on it, and you end up trying to dock it somewhere.
Might just change your perspective. Good, then he's no longer a threat. Don't get me wrong, it's kind of sad that he's gone. He was a good Yaki once. But the way he plastered himself with those cybernetics, with no regard for his or our safety? There's really only one way this could have ended. Damn right I am. Thanks to that fool Obelisk, the war's already underway. With you on the loose, there'll at least be one more pilot with a brain. And a conscience, I hope. Another thing, I called you a stranger earlier, and that was a lie. There's someone I'd like you to meet.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey.
Hey, dumbass. Come on, autosave, hurry up. Oh, we have to talk to this dumbass first.
Well, this is kind of awkward. Don't know if you were expecting to see me. Maybe you were. Maybe that's why you came in the first place. Doesn't matter.
There's someone
What
I'd like you to
counts is
meet.
that you're
The
here
autosave.
That's not an easy question to answer. I guess I was... If you remember, Organic pulled me out when that maniac... been here since then. Meet me outside. We'll...
Do I have to? Okay, whatever. Back to the troubleshooter. Which is going to come very much in handy when we get to the part... Would you let me out of here? Okay, there we go. Wait. We didn't teleport to the troubleshooter. You liar. I said I wanted to go to the troubleshooter. There we go.
Alright, time for straight talk. First of all, it's damn good to have you back. I've been waiting for an opportunity, and here it is. Secondly, this place stinks. We're about to take a real close look at the heap at its center. And thirdly, it's really good to have you back. Just wanted to make that clear. Anyway, we should get going. If you have something on your mind, just call me, yeah?
I think we have to do some other bullshit before we can destroy this station. One way or another, we're going to want this ship here when we destroy the thing. Because that will make it much easier. I've tried to do it before with even medium class ships. It's rather tedious. And you're being constantly attacked by Xenon while you do it, and yeah. You just have to decide whose side to take. Yeah, but also destroying the station is something that has to be done eventually anyway. Whether you want to let the AI do it or whether you just do it yourself. In my case, if I have a destroyer here...
Okay, we're here. Time to clue you in about the damn thing. That over there, my friend, is an amplifier station. The only one under Yaki control. You've seen what heavily augmented Yaki can do with their cybernetics, eh? This thing, if turned on, further increases the strength and range of those Xenon attacks. Organic says they need it for their own safety. And as a dead man switch when the Protectorate inevitably finds and attacks this place. But she doesn't understand. None of them understand. All they're doing is hiding and delaying until they suffocate, or someone like Obelisk snaps and turns this side of the gate network into a slaughterhouse.
Yeah, well, about that.
Despite all their precautions, with all the technology in the universe, these people have nowhere to go except out and through. This system, this entire situation is a giant ticking time bomb. There's only
Station go
one
boom.
way to stop it once and for all. We have to that amplifier. It's true. But Mission Command has trained us to make hard choices. These people have shown me kindness, but I trade them all in for the safety of Saul.
And then we don't tell the Terrans about them?
I've gathered a handful of fighters who want to stop this downward spiral at once, regardless of their own fate. It's gonna take serious preparation to make this work, but you've always kept...
And then both sides are happy with us. We tell the Terrans that, oh, nope, Yak, you don't know anything.
Hello there, Pilot. Since you and your friend have already inspected the first side, I guess there's nothing else for it. It's time to put all our cards on the table. When you've got a moment, have a look at the briefing I just sent you. And before you flip your hat, I'm not asking you to remember. Well,
I'd really like to see the station stats, but you won't shut up, so I guess we'll just hope it doesn't matter. And shoot the bits until it stops being a station.
you're not the first to attempt this. I just have a shot at success.
Okay. There goes second lobe.
The Yankees don't like this one bit. Here they come. Is she insane? She can't possibly think that we would ever ally ourselves with her against the Protectorate. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, these pieces of human trash are already contemplating genocide to save themselves.
Alright, station go boom.
Reason we shouldn't do the same. Yeah, you know what? Let's tell Mission Command about this whole mess. Get the Terran Navy to warm up the big guns.
We will not be doing that.
Whoa! Hold up a minute there, partner. There's more to this than meets the eye.
What the? Who's this joker?
Allow me to introduce myself. Dal Busta, political analyst, private tutor,
Alright.
bon vivant extraordinaire. Look, if you want these two factions at each other's throats right this instant, who am I to judge? Nobody likes pirates. And helping the Terrans wipe out the Yaki would certainly put an end to their shenanigans.
Yeah,
All
shut
it would
up,
take is
Ray.
for someone to inform your precious Mission Command about this dire...
Get out of the city now, or I can't assure your safety.
Actually, let's use the other gate. Now, we just don't tell Mission Command about this. And we should. Yeah, screw off. Yeah. Okay, where are we again? Here. Our destination should be down here somewhere. That means we're facing more or less the right direction.
You've had it now.
Yeah, stop whining. You guys take out an engine? No, you didn't. We're just that slow. Okay. What storyline is this? This is the Yaki storyline, which is part of the Terran storyline. Depending on how you go about doing that mission. Where are the gates out of here? Anyway, hello, Noms. Welcome here. Unfortunately, we're being shot at, so we can't engage travel drive. So it might be a very slow trip out of here. We currently have our turrets disabled because there's no reason to shoot Yaki ships if we don't have to. And we definitely don't have to. I think that's a superhighway up ahead of us, which annoys me considerably because I don't like superhighways. Oh well. Remember correctly, this place is a one-way highway. Some bullshit like that. Means getting back here is going to be a bit annoying. However, there won't be any reason to bring a capital ship back here, so we can just fly out here with the owl and it'll be very fast. Would you Nats stop shooting at me so I can get travel drive? You're not going to do anything except scratch the paint.
You're done for.
I liked that paint. Knock it off. Yeah, it won't be too hard to get back in here just with a fighter. If you want to talk to the Aki again, which we do, because once they get over being pissed at us, I definitely want to come back and buy blueprints. Please don't tell me we've actually outrun them at 387 meters a second. Because that would just be sad. There are fighters back there. I think we actually outran fighters with a destroyer. That's pathetic. Fighters are so bad in this game. Most of them. Of course, the one we have in our rear deck right now is a little bit faster than them. Somebody needs to make a mod that rebalances ship speeds. Whichever one of you bastards that just shot me. You're annoying.
You've had it now.
Just because your travel drive accelerates faster than my travel drive. Yeah, look at that.
Maria.
They're barely able to keep up with us. They are able to go a little faster. Every time they dip down to shoot at us, they lose enough speed that they fall behind. Those are Marias. They're fast fighters. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to make the mod. I just don't want it badly enough to spend the time to do it.
Rookie.
Wow, you're not very nice. Anyway. Because, okay. Fighters should be the fastest ships in the game. They should be the fastest. They should be the most maneuverable. M-class ships should be a little bit slower than fighters. And they should be a lot less maneuverable. Which currently they're faster than fighters and they're less maneuverable. So they got half of it right. And of course, destroyers and other large ships should be slow basically like they are already, honestly. So really the only thing that needs to happen is that M-class ships should probably be slowed down a little tiny bit. And fighters should be like have their speed doubled across the board. Except for the really, really fast ones like maybe the Maria or the Chimera. Maybe not quite double for them. Anyway, we're almost out of here. M-class. If the M-class top speed was pretty similar to a fighter's top speed, but they took longer to accelerate, that would also make sense. But definitely right now you have fighters that their top speed is like 200 and some meters a second, which is not acceptable. Admittedly, this is one of the faster destroyers, and it's modded out for speed at least a little bit. Got a lighter than standard hull, and it has a oh, the engines are modded for turn speed, but they do have some speed bonus. So the ship wouldn't be this fast normally. But even so, even a tricked out racing destroyer should not be faster than fighters. It should not even be able. Fighters should not be struggling to keep up with it. Let's put it that way. Those fighters should all be like 500, 600 meters a second.
You're done for.
Which admittedly that one is doing 495, but is it under thruster? No, it isn't. Okay, so it's just... Well, the Maria is one of the fastest fighters in the game, so... I don't know.
Superhighway, Savage Spur, 2.
Bigger engine, bigger travel speed? Yeah. Like, actually, you know... Okay. If there was no cap on speed, it would kind of make sense that the big ships could go just as fast as the little ones. Or faster, even, because bigger engine. But then, yeah, you would still have the acceleration thing, where the fighter would be able to accelerate faster because it has less mass. So in some ways, it would make perfect sense to have everyone have the same top speed. It just takes so much longer to get there with the bigger ones. That would make an interesting game of its own to have much more realistic ship speeds. You'd want to design a game around that from the ground up. And braking would take forever, yeah. Particularly with M-class ships that already you have to plan ahead for when you want to stop, unless you want to just litho brake. To a certain amount, fighters do have better acceleration just because you can tap the thrusters and get away with it. Whereas in that way the M-class and larger shields work, punishes you more for
Get lost.
Using your thrusters too much than on a fighter. Someday, when I'm feeling particularly bored and really hating myself, I should play Children of a Dead Earth. And that may sound like a complete massive topic change, but it's not. Because if you've never heard of that game, you should go look it up. It is a very strange game. But conceptually, it is very cool. Because basically it is, what if Kerbal Space Program,
Go away.
but you were building a navy? A very very realistic Navy.
That wasn't exactly unexpected. Let's see if we can get her to talk to us. Organic! Organic, are you there? We don't have to part like this!
And there's the autosave. He used to emotionally traumatize the KSP too. Yeah, it's not a happy, bright, fun game like KSP is, but it's got the same kind of orbital mechanics stuff going on, you know, realistic orbital mechanics.
I've got every single Yaki hardliner banging at my door, demanding my hand.
Realistic G-forces just to worry about all that stuff. But you're building warships from parts. I understand it's very detailed, and it does not come with much in the way of help.
You didn't honestly expect a plan like that to work, did you? Listen, you've got to understand that this entire project was bound to fail. All it did
Like I said, someday, when I'm not feeling like I want to use my time productively, I need to try it out.
put a gun to the Gate Network's head and expected no pushback?
You have no idea what you're talking about. Do you think that taking
I don't know how old that game is.
against the Terran
It's not new.
would somehow give us hope? How delusional can you be?
Like I said, it's a very weird game. It appeals to a certain kind of person and doesn't have a lot of mainstream appeal. I think it might be interesting just to try it out someday.
Eradicate everyone who dares to oppose them.
You'd probably never play anything else if there was an X4 style sandbox game based in the Expanse universe with the same physics model and orbital mechanics. Yeah, I've never seen the Expanse, so I can't really say too much about that.
Some chance of a peaceful solution. We only have to talk to the right people.
But I think it would be a lot of fun if there was a first-person control
As if that's going to happen.
space shooter with more realistic orbital mechanics.
You're going to tell them that we're here.
I'm going to assume that the Expanse had at least semi-realistic.
And then your dutiful superiors are going to suspend you, look you up, put you under surveillance. You're an abomination now, just like us. It's time for you to face reality. You have nowhere to go. Make your
Just think hard sci-fi based in a realistic scaled solar system? Yeah. But I think my optimal...
She's right. I can't show myself.
The optimal space sim would have to be some kind of mix of realistic physics with some kind of sort of reactionless drive still. So you can do some silly stuff that wouldn't be realistic, like ignore certain amounts of G-forces and stuff, while still having some amount of realism bullshit required. Because you'd have to make some gameplay concessions. Well, you don't have to, but I'd prefer if you did. So that'd be a little less hardcore than what you'd be looking for. Actually, it'd be really cool. A space simulator set in something similar to, but not identical to, the Honor Harrington universe. Something probably a little bit harder in its mechanics than what the Honor Harrington series was, but with the similar kind of reactionless ships. I should check to see if Weber's written anything interesting recently.
Entering Mars.
Last time I checked, he hadn't. I think there might be one Safehold book that I haven't read yet. And like nothing in the way of Hunter Harrington. Oh well. I guess that's what happens after authors have written more than a certain amount. They just kind of get tired of it and stop. Long before they actually finish whatever they were doing. Yeah, I really don't watch TV or TV shows at all, but sometimes I'll make an exception.
Terran Wharf.
For example, I watched Stargate, both SG-1 and Atlantis. I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, they were okay. I like Stargate.
Docking granted.
But I'm not sure why I chose to watch those instead of, like, literally any of the number of other things that I could have watched. Like, why did I just wake up one day and go, you know what, I should watch Stargate? Never watched Universe. But I really have nothing to say on that one. Atlantis was not quite as good as SG-1, but it was still pretty good. Well, that's not quite true either. Atlantis was better than the latter part of SG-1. The last several seasons of SG-1 just kind of wandered all over the place compared to the earlier parts.
So, what's the status of the investigation?
And yes, Dredd, we know you're a weeb.
Excellent. Then tell me, are these Yaki an organized threat to the Protectorate? Do they have a base of operations that we can target? I see. That conclusion does match our observations. These pirates behave far too erratically. In that case, I will attempt to sway intervention to tone down their war preparations and instead get an anti-pirate task force underway. Again, excellent work, Operative. You've done Saul a great service. My only regret is that we haven't found out what happened to Cadet Shinneman.
Well,
you know,
here's hoping you made the right choice, eh? Whew, you better make your way back to the Yaki headquarters and tell Organic the good news.
The same rule applies to TV shows, I think, as applies to most book series. The longer they get, the lower quality they become. They use up all the good content, do all the cool stuff. Or the author gets bored in the case of books. Now, that isn't universally true. Well, it might be universally true about TV shows. I don't know. I haven't watched enough to say for sure. But it's not universally true about book series. It depends on how well the author outlined it from the beginning. If he had a plot in mind and laid it all out in detail from the start, then, okay. Troubleshooter, what do you think you're doing? Yes, you have no orders. Don't do anything.
Another thing, Operative. Intervention let me know that the ship that's been anchoring in front of our headquarters is not actually an attempt at intimidation, but simply a decommissioned heap of scrap. It may require a few finishing touches to become fully functional again, but I'm sure you can make use of it. I'll transmit the ship's location to you. Consider it a reward for your efforts.
And there we go. We get a send. Let's order our little hunk of scrap here. The troubleshooter to fly to the nearest shipyard. Do we have a shipyard that's anywhere nearby that's not like in the ascend of nowhere? Well, there's a Xenon one. I guess the Argon shipyard is probably the nearest one. Okay, troubleshooter. Upgrade repair at the Argon shipyard. I want you to sell all your missiles. Since they were all looted anyway. And then pay 1,000,000 credits to get repaired. Yeah, I don't know where the Terran shipyard is, and I don't feel like going to look it up. We could go down to the PIO shipyard, but I should identify the location of the Terran shipyard before I get too ambitious, but... Alright, where is the Delilah's swan song? Around here somewhere.
Sin.
It is down there.
Stop them!
Now this thing is going to have to make a shipyard tour for sure. That's not the button I wanted.
Docking not possible.
Yeah, okay. Where is the spacesuit dock on this? And more importantly, it's probably up here somewhere, where the signal leak is to capture it.
Ma'am.
Morea.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm 20 plus with the Terrans, but that wouldn't matter because you could repair with less than that even. Yeah, there's the signal leak right there. Okay. And then the spacesuit dock should be close to the bridge as well. Matter of fact, it might be right there. That square patch right beside the signal leak.
Docking granted.
Yep, there it is. Good old Terran bridge. Which I don't like the Terran bridge because it's all enclosed. Means you can't look out the sides. The split bridge is much better because you can look out the sides at things like, say, the K you are circling. But they didn't ask me, so. Okay, geometric owl. Land aboard the Swan Song, please. Okay. Lovely.
Morea.
I did strip your orders, right? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Yeah, apparently bridges are expensive to make. I don't know. Because they really don't have very many of them. Okay, so first steps. What does this thing have installed on it? It has Terran Mark II shield generators. Okay, that's what I would want from the Terrans. Got Terran turrets, which I don't want. Got Mark II thrusters, which I don't want. Got Terran engines, which I probably don't want. So first step is going to be the Argon shipyard. Actually, before we go engage the travel drive, exactly how slow is this thing? $73 meters a second. Yep, we need better engines. Do I want split engines? Split engines are probably going to be the fastest combat speed. Yeah. Okay, but the best thing they could do to Terran ships to improve their bridge. Right there at that line, just cut it off and put a window in there. Maybe even cut it off below that line. Put a big old window on the side. So you can look out the side when you're rolling around a K. I mean, I know you can just press, what is it, Control H? Yeah. And turn that stuff off. But no. That doesn't count. Oh well. It would be very cool if every ship had its own bridge. And it'd be even more cool if the big ships... And I think the big ships not having their own bridges is what's stopping this from happening. But I think it's annoying that the smaller ships, you can fly up to them and look through their windows and see the pilots.
Entering asteroid belt.
But you can't with the big ships. And I think the only reason you can't is because the big ships don't have unique bridges. And so the bridge is not designed around the ship, and it just doesn't make sense to do it that way. If they had unique bridges, then you could have the external and interior windows line up, and you could actually look in and see the crew or whatever. I mean, you can already do that in most medium ships, because most medium ships have their own bridge. Which also makes it really weird that most large ships don't have their own bridge. Just because most medium and smalls do. And you wouldn't think it'd be that much more difference. And if you're not going to have external windows anyway, I wish they would do what they did for the Xenon bridges. Because the Xenon, some of the Xenon fighters and stuff you get in those things, it's really cool when you reach the cockpit. Because you don't, there's no external windows, so it's like, okay, well, how's the cockpit work? It's screens, of course. And when you walk up to the cockpit, the screens all turn blue and then come on. Have I found the AGI quantum data shard yet? I don't actually know. I'd have to look in my inventory. I don't see any such thing. It gives you research that lets you modify. Oh, I do have that. Xenon special equipment research.
Set requirements for me to start that research.
It's got a whole bunch of weird costs, which I could eventually probably make most of them. You're so impressed when you boarded a captured Xenon F, and you captured a P and was like, alright, I love this. Yeah, I love the F cockpit. It's just so cool. And it makes sense, too. It's the cool part. Because why would you have external windows if you just don't have to? That would make even more sense for capital ship bridges. But alas, that's not how they did that. Probably because they didn't come up with that cool wrinkle until after most of the capital ship bridges were done. Like, you look at the outside, there's an obvious place for a bridge to be. But its shape bears obviously no relation whatsoever with the actual interior of the bridge. Well, maybe someday they'll fix it. They've been making a surprising number of little changes that I never expected we would see. Like unique construction ships for different races and stuff. Unique construction ships for the different races. Unique rooms for the different race. What do you call them? Representatives. Little things like that that used to be shared between factions are slowly getting their own thing. So maybe someday we'll start seeing more unique bridges for existing capital ships. So I need to go over this because I don't want to fly through. I don't have to. Oh well. Such a cool effect too when you leave the cockpit of a Xenon ship and come back. How the screens flicker and come back on. Whoever designed that did a good job of it. Concept of bridges and large spacefaring ships is just a bit silly. You just have a very secure area deep in the ship behind protective armor or 360-degree screens and all the info fed to you from sensors and cameras. Yeah, exactly. And some science fiction actually has their ships like that. And it makes perfect sense. But most doesn't because
Entering
not
system.
cool.
Second contact.
Having a bridge is like, target this, you win. Yeah. I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense to have a bridge on a surface ship because, I mean, even nowadays it doesn't make sense really anymore. It used to make sense. But it doesn't make sense anymore, which is why nowadays you have Combat Information Center. And the bridge is more or less just where you put the people who are piloting the ship when you're not in combat. And what are you going to see out the windows of a spaceship anyway? Everything's going to be so far away, it's all invisible.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
It would make sense to have like observation window on the outside. What is this? A space battle for ants? It would make sense to have observation windows on the outside in various places. For two reasons. One, emergency close approach navigation. If there is some kind of emergency, and you are trying to dock with something, your sensors are down, for example, or something like that, and you just need to dock, or you just guide somebody in, or something like that, having some way to see outside, so you can station somebody there who's on comms with whatever you're trying to dock next to, or whatever you're trying to get next to, or whatever's trying to get next to you. That would be handy. So that's the practical reason. You would never use it for that. If you did, it would be a very bad day for all involved. But you would never use it for that. it would exist officially for that, but his real reason would be so that your crew can go to the observation deck and look at the stars if they feel like it. It'd be a useful place to put a lounge or a crew bar or something like that. Because it'd be kind of cool. But under normal circumstances, you don't need to see outside.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
But anyway. Now, where are they going to want us to dock on this place? No, I don't want to select you.
Argon Shipyard.
There.
Docking granted.
Oh, right ahead. Good deal. That'll make this nice and easy. This thing definitely needs to get better engines. I'm going to spend some time in the encyclopedia figuring out whose engines I want. Probably split engines. I think they'll give us the best combat speed. And I can put up with slower travel drive. But anyway. You know, really, in a lot of ways, a submarine is the closest analog for a spaceship.
Docked.
Spaceship does have the distinction that you can look at the stars to we'll get all around Mark IIIs. It's somewhat expensive, but oh well. That little tiny bit of extra maneuvering speed might come in handy occasionally. More importantly, we want argon plasmas and all the large slots. Every single one. And all the medium slots, we're going to get argon flax, of which there are not very many slots. I'm a little bit tempted to make it half plasmas and half beams, just because that would really roast fighters, but no, we're going all plasmas. Because that will roast stations really well. And I want stations to die. Okay, we don't need any consumables. We do need to hire a captain. It won't let us hire a captain. Okay, we'll hire a maximum service crew. And then we'll promote somebody to captain. Okay. Goodbye, money. You'll be missed. If a ship had an observation deck, you'd put a sign at the entrance saying, "This is the most dangerous part of the ship. One meteoroid and you'll be explosively decompressed into vacuum. Anyway, enjoy the view." Yeah. You would want relatively small windows that are well protected. Because it would be somewhat dangerous, but there'd be ways to do that. If you had any kind of shield technology in your sci-fi universe, that would handle it just fine. And if it was real life with no sci-fi, then if you were in deep space, then you wouldn't have to worry about meteorites so much. And when you're close in, you can pull shutters across most of that stuff. And or just make it out of really heavy-duty armored glass. Yeah, the Osaka's a good ship. Most destroyers are kind of pathetic, but the Osaka's a pretty good one. Yeah, if you're doing any kind of hard maneuvering, or accelerating or anything like that, you'd want your observation deck to be in the lee of other parts of the ship. And or you'd want to pull shutters across it. Probably and if you're doing maneuvering, or if you're just under acceleration. Okay. Crew members. Who is the best captain? All of you suck. But congratulations, you don't need to do anything useful except move the ship around occasionally. I don't think I've ever read that. It doesn't strike a bell anyway. You kind of want to mod shields out of X4 now? The problem with modding shields out of X4 is that they're tied to thrusters. So even the Star Wars Interworlds mod gives TIE fighters shields because you need them for the thrusters to work. Admittedly, TIE fighter shields are really, really pathetic. They're basically barely shields at all. But they are enough to allow the thrusters to do thruster things. You probably wouldn't want to mod them out completely unless you also wanted to mod out thrusters. Which is actually the shields as thrusters thing is one thing I kind of like about X4. Experimental shuttle, why are you awaiting orders? You're not supposed to be doing anything. Dude, what are you doing? Yeah, you're not supposed to be doing anything. You're supposed to be just sitting there. Oh wait, no you're not. You were out placing satellites, weren't you? And you just finished filling up on satellites for another run. I actually should have you go do something. Oh, looks like there's a bunch of cock attacking wretched skies. Oh well. You can mod it so you have shields where they just power afterburners, no contribute to damage protection. Well, if you could mod it that way, that would probably be the way to go. Anyway. I do like that every time you hit the thrusters, you're sacrificing a little bit of your protection. It makes it much more strategic over whether you should thrust or not. Most games, it doesn't matter. You just kind of go ahead and hammer the thrusters, because who cares? Like in something like Freelancer, you're basically on the thrusters all the time that you can be. Or tapping them constantly so that your speed isn't constant. The only thing you need to worry about is whether you're on the thrusters too much or whatever. I wonder if I can give you a crew now.
We're taking hits.
SE is under attack. Oh, that thing. Okay, yeah, I know where you're at. Oh, it's another cock, isn't it? Yep, it is. You go blow that damn hive guard up before it makes the SE have a heart attack. Now, back to my regularly scheduled problem. We want a size S. We want the litigious rodent. We want crew. We can't hire crew for this ship. We have workforce on the station. Apparently we need excess workforce? That seems weird. Pretty sure that's not how that actually works. Maybe we need to be there personally? Speaking of workforce. Yeah, we got a ways to go on that. How many workers do we have nowadays? We have room for 8,000. We have 425 currently working there. Okay. It's going to be a while before we have that filled up. Stupid flashing window down there. It doesn't matter. I can press the button it tells me to press and doesn't do anything. Yeah, room for 8,000. It's going to be room for 32,000 before that station's done. I'm putting in 32 worker habitats, or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to have to reload my game to get rid of that, aren't I? Yeah. We got a ways to go. This is an entire economy in a single station. Is that a bad idea? Yes. Yes, it is. Did I do it anyway? Yes. Yes, I did. Did I do it knowing it was a bad idea? Yes. Yes, I did. I'm probably even going to end up making that station larger. Alright, let's load our game just to get rid of that stupid flashing window down there in the bottom corner. And while that's loading, I am going to go and grab a bottle of water real quick. In the meantime, enjoy shrimp. Yeah, I've had various different patterns of laying out stations before. This time I decided to go for the super station. Really for the numb of it. One of these days I need to do mini stations where I don't produce more than a single product on a single station. That'll be true chaos. I'll need to spread that one out across several systems, probably. Your super stations end up lagging your shit? Yeah, they do. the problem is, well, part of the problem is, if you're sitting next to the superstation, all of those station parts connected together, the game doesn't like it. If you're looking at it, if you're looking away from it, it's a lot better. If you're in a different system, it's not too bad. Anyway, I'm glad we don't have the station system from X3, that's for sure. Although there is something to be said for X3's system. Most of the things that are to be said about it aren't very nice. Because how X3 worked is you didn't build station modules, you built stations. And each station produced a separate product. They would take raw materials, produce end product. And you'd move that end product to the next station in the chain that did whatever you wanted. Avalon Prelude, I think it was, is where they added the complex connectors, which were a really janky way to connect multiple stations together into a complex. I never messed around with that much. But yeah. I read some of the stuff about the... Okay, where did OBS go? Get back here. Okay, X4. Boom. I read some of the stuff about how the complex stuff worked, and apparently it was rather buggy. So I'm going to be honest and say that I'm fairly glad that I didn't have to mess with that.
Ma'am?
Alright, so I believe this ship has done everything. Oh, no, wait. That's the next thing we need to do. Encyclopedia. Ship comparator. Add ship. Size XL. Actually, wait, this is just an L, isn't it? Size L. Sin. Like loadout. Doom. Okay, what is this loadout? This must have been one I made during my Terran playthrough. Sure, whatever. That's not what we're here for. Okay, large all-around engine. There's some travel engines. Okay. Argon travel has 82 meters per second speed. Where's split? Split all around is 117. Travel speed is a really pathetic 1400. Split travel is 1500 forward, 11 or 111 top combat. Everyone else is in the 70s and 80s, it looks like. Yeah, we definitely want split engines. We can do all-rounders for an extra 5. meters a second top speed. Or we can do travels for 150 more travel speed. Probably all-rounders is going to be better because that'll get every last little drop of speed out of the lighter hull that we're going to have to install on this. Okay, so we need to go find some split all-rounders. Where is the nearest split shipyard? Where the hell over here? If I had my own shipyard component, we could just fly up to here, which is our eventual destination anyway. And we could pick up the modifications we needed there, but... Oh, whoops. I pushed that button up, not down. Anyway. Terran engines are very slow, but they're very efficient. Which means you can thrust for a long time with them. We have a bee under attack in Heretic's End. I thought I ordered you fools to destroy that hive guard. Yes, what are you complaining about? Destroy it. You're a bee, for goodness sake. He should have evaporated the first time you looked at him. Whatever. Anyway, this is going to be a relatively long, boring trip. Probably the first thing we need to do to it, past getting the new guns, getting the other parts, we need to get lighter hull mod installed. That'll give us a bit more speed, it'll give us a bit more maneuverability. Don't know if I want more. We'll see what our top speed is like then.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
An important rule for capital ships is that you should always be faster than a K. It depends on how much faster than a K we are at that point. We may want to install speed upgrades in the engines. Or we may want to go for maneuverability upgrades. Maneuverability upgrades are tempting because that can really get you to be able to whip around faster. And that's pretty useful. Speaking of which, we might as well reconfigure those front guns. Like that. Oh, come on. Don't tell me that they're... They're not listed. Okay, what order are they listed in? Middle first. Then right. Then left. Why? How's the Xenon gate in the system? I haven't been doing anything to it. So, I really don't know. I have been beating them back north of here. Okay, let's talk about Xenon in the world so far. Family Zen has been mostly protected. Lots of battles happened here. Lots of stuff has blown up here, including lots of split stations. Lots and lots of Ks. Some Is have died here and so on. Mostly because I've been trying to keep this alive as a place to mine gas. And then I kind of stopped mining gas here, but just kept protecting it anyway. And I still run some freight here through here occasionally, but... So Family's Inn has been kept alive mostly. Family Crit has hardly been attacked at all. Like, basically not at all. Which is somewhat surprising. I've not paid any attention to any of this over here, so it's been surviving on its own strength. Mostly. I think there used to be a trade station up here that got blown up at some point.
Danger. Hazardous entering system.
Activa's Choice. There used to be a lot of stations over in this end. They aren't there anymore, as you can see. Get turned over here to the next gate. Come on. There we go. This has been pretty roasted by Xenon over time. This side of the station, this side of the system is still pretty good. I had too much going on. What is notable is that Litany of Fury is thriving. It's not just survived, it's been built up considerably from the start of the game. I pretty much made it my mission from the start. We were going to keep this parented pocket up here intact. So I've been protecting this gate here in Litany of Fury since the very beginning.
Hazardous region detected.
Emperor's Pride has been cleaned out. I took my destroyer in there and cleaned it out one station at a time, which took quite a while. I probably would have been better served going to get the Sin to help out, but I did not do that, so...
Entering system. Family.
That's a lot of laser tower spam. Well, that's one way to keep fighters out of a system. This one's not very effective. The other one very much is. Every gate that I had to hold against the Xenon ended up getting laser towered like that. Because it was just the only way you'd get any respite from Xenon fighters. Just drop a couple hundred laser towers on it. Spend 1 million credits or so. It was either that or build a proper defensive station, and one of those costs a lot more money. And takes a lot more time. Ah, speaking of which...
Kay.
Hello, Kay. You are about to have a very bad time. Let's see, we are behind it. This thing is very slow, so it's probably a good thing that we're starting fairly far out. Also, the main gun is a lot longer range than the main gun in the... we're gonna call it. So we should be able to start shooting from, like, 8K, I think it is? 9K? Oh wait, we're hitting it already. Well, in that case, get roasted. Tasty engines.
Awaiting orders.
It would help if I turned the turrets off defend as well. Yeah, there won't be a K there for long. Because what the Sin doesn't have in speed, it makes up for in firepower. It really makes up for it in firepower. This thing has roughly twice the forward firepower of our, we're gonna call it. Damn it, what is that ship called? This thing, the troubleshooter, which is actually a rattlesnake. I should remember that off the top of my head. Anyway. Speaking of which, rattlesnake. You're at Antigone Memorial. You've been repaired. Get your butt up to Litany Fury and park. So you're available to defend that region should you be needed. Kind of hate that I'm not using fleets. I generally don't really like fleets.
Thank you.
Even when I run multiple ships together, I tend to just assign them together temporarily and break it apart when I'm done. I don't like the way what the AI does with my poor ships. Like most of the ships that are in this list here are, well, let's just start from the top. Here's my construction ship. These Bs are both trophy ships that are parked just in space. Postal Sentinel, I think that I got from that from a quest. It's parked somewhere in space. I don't care what happens to it. These Chimeras are both pre-positioned fighters. I think, yeah, one of them is anti-fight, one of them's anti-fighter, one of them's anti-capital ship. Discover Vanguard is a my starter ship. Now it's serving as a teleport anchor. This F is a trophy ship. Geometric Owl is my personal ship right now. These three Huron E's are large freighters that I use for manual hauling if I need it. Litigious Rodent I just got. That's probably going to be a second personal ship eventually. Magpie Mineral was a small miner that I used to get an Nvidium and may someday use for that again. The Mako is a quest reward that I don't want, so it's just parked in space somewhere. These minerals are all automatic miners that are left over from the beginning of the game that haven't been destroyed yet. The Nemesis Vanguard is a torpedo ship that is waiting should I ever need its firepower again. It was used for destroying Ks early on when I just wanted it dead and didn't care. These Ps are trophy ships that I also use for placing laser towers. These Pegasus Vanguards were bought early on for exploring and now serve as teleport anchors.
System. Open market.
That SE is a trophy ship. The Troubleshooter is my main capital ship. This Vulture Sentinel is a early freighter I bought and occasionally still use for manual freight jobs that the Huron-E's are too big to waste on. And the Experimental Shuttle is a ship I got as a quest reward, and it kind of serves as my satellite bus right now. So these are just a large clump of junk, basically. Everything else is assigned to a station. So I have a reasonable group of medium freighters and a reasonable group of large miners assigned to keep my economy running, and that's it. I really don't have very many ships. Which is fine, because I don't usually trust the AI to run them either. Except when it's just like transporting things around in random ships I don't care about. Like, this ship is probably going to run together with my other capital ship, the Troubleshooter. For destroying Xenon stations. But I'm probably going to manually position them both for that. Because I don't want to lose either of them, and I don't want to waste money buying another one.
Entering system. Zioth's Dominion.
Okay. Bonk. When I get the ability to build my own capital ships, then I'll probably start letting the AI drive more. But even in that case, I'll tend to manually order them around. Because I'm usually flying a ship in the same system as they're doing their thing. Although without the AI mod, I'd never let the AI control them. Because they're just too retarded with the default AI.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Why do I use large miners other than survival against attacks? They're actually less efficient than M miners. It's just less to keep track of and worry about. Less ships flying around all the time. They survive attacks better. Generally tends to work pretty well. Okay. So we're almost to the shipyard. This end's probably a good place to dock. I think there's a pier over here. It looks like it anyway.
Split shipyard.
Okay. Docking computer takes over. All praise docking computer.
Successfully docked.
I think the biggest fleet I ever had was like 3 or 4 Asgards, each one of which had like a couple other ships escorting it. But it's not like their escorts were permanent. They weren't permanent for that one. They were just kind of whoever I happened to assign to the task at the moment. It'd be like, okay, you 3 go over there and do this kind of thing. And that usually worked out fairly well, all things considered. Alright. Swap in split large engines. I don't think there's anything else here I can get. These guys don't sell split flax, which I would prefer over the argon flax, but they don't have them, so we can't do that. We'd have to go to the other split, and I don't think they like us enough. I should probably go suck up to them for a while so I can buy the blueprint. See you later, Noms. Have a good night. Okay, so with the new engines installed on this, I should go see if I can install a later hull.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Okay. Reader's Corner. I should have went straight to the ship dealer, but if we can't craft what we're looking for, it doesn't really matter. We want an exceptional... Oh, we already have an exceptional ship nanowave. Okay. Well, we don't need to go crafting it then, now do we? Ship dealership. Okay. Chassis modification, exceptional quality. We want mass mod. Boom. 31% less ship mass. 31% less ship drag. That's going to increase our speed considerably. Let's see. Top speed was going to be 117k or 117 meters a second. Let's go find out what it is with the mass mod. It's not going to be anything crazy, but we're definitely going to be able to do a bit better than 117. Looks like 169 meters a second. Nice. All right. Let's go to our wharf in Wretched Skies. This thing takes a year to charge, but oh well. And we can do further modification work there. This thing, of course, accelerates very slowly. We should at least be able to reach a better top speed with our mass mod. Stupid sun's in the way, so I can't really see the ring yet.
Jump gate, open market.
So I can't tell if we're edge on or if it's facing us or... Yeah. It should become more visible when you get closer. I think it's facing us. It's hard to tell though. Oh well, we'll be there soon. Yeah, okay, it's facing us. Pop right through. once we get to where we're going, I probably shouldn't have bothered installing that mass mod. I should have waited because it would have saved us a bit of money. We could have installed it for free instead of having to pay 250k.
Awaiting orders.
But nah, it's not worth it. Installing upgrades for the turrets. Probably not worth it because each turret is counted individually and it's gonna take forever to install that many, or it's gonna cost a lot of resources.
Open market.
So we'll likely just stick with a engine mod and maybe a shield mod if we can afford it. And call it good enough. I might upgrade the engine shields. We'll see. Anyway. Oh. Hopefully, in the next couple of days, the post office pulls their thumb out of their ass, and they finally ship my crimp connectors, and I can finish getting my 3D printer running again. Because that would be very nice. Been several weeks now that I've had this stuff sitting on my desk without the rest of the parts. And this isn't very useful without the rest of the parts. This is about maybe half of a rifle. And once I get the rest of the parts done, I can finish it. I actually have that, and I have a couple other parts sitting over there for a couple different guns. And unfortunately, the printer just had to die in the middle of the project. But if I can get that cable replaced and get working on that again, that would be very nice. I would like to organize another range trip soon because I got also, I can reach it from here. A cool shiny box. And this cool shiny box contains little tiny bullets. Probably fairly hard to make them out in the camera. But I got some proper 22 caliber actual hard lead bullets. So that's going to go into the 22-209 project pistol. And we'll see if it can finally fix the problems with that project. To be clear, this is the prototype for that project. It's got a very interestingly cut chamber, which I can't really show you guys because it just would not pick up on the camera.
System. Family Zin.
But it's chambered for, I think I have a spent one laying around here somewhere. Ah, here we go. This is a 209 primer. The kind of primer you'd use in a shotgun shell. And that goes right into the breech. And ahead of that primer, you drop in a bullet. Just drop it in there and give it a little push. And push the primer in behind it and close her up. And you have a very spicy cap pistol. And right there is a K to bring some adventure to our travels.
K.
Anyway. I'd say it makes a cute little pop, but that's not exactly true. It actually makes a fairly substantial bang. Although not nearly as substantial as a real gun. Might need to see if the actual proper bullets are even going to work in the damn thing. I was using airgun pellets with it, and they didn't work very well because the lead was too soft and they were leaving lead behind in the bore. Alright, this thing murders K's. Anyway, so I'm hoping proper bullets will fix that problem. I did have to give it a little bit of free bore so that you could get the bullets in properly. Because a
Danger.
22 bullet, well, I don't know how many of you have actually really looked at a gun when you had a bullet in hand and could just experiment. But it,
Thank you.
if you want to get a bullet into the bore, you really have to hammer it.
Thank you.
And so it needed to be given a bit of a cone to help the, you could get the bullet into it manually without too much persuasion, shall we say. Whereas airgun pellets are soft enough you can just push them into the rifling, no problem. Which was part of the problem. With hard lead, particularly with relatively thick copper cladding, you can't really do that. That's where my other new toy comes in. I have a 22 chamber reamer. An actual gunsmithing tool. Woo! Shipped all the way from the Ukraine because apparently that's a place to go you can buy cheap machine tools. Who knew? But it turns out using one of those ahead of the existing chamber is just right for adding a little bit of free bore. Free bore is what you would call a section of the section of the barrel ahead of the chamber that doesn't have any rifling. And it's done deliberately to help so you can seat the cartridge.
System. Wretched skies.
Most guns don't have very much of it at all, because it's just there to help get the cartridge in. But it is a real thing that guns do have. And if you don't have it, well, gun no work. Usually. 300 Win Mag is a crap load of free bore. Yeah, if you've got a big old long bullet, you're going to have a lot of it, relatively speaking. One of the differences between a 5.56 and a 2.23 chamber is that 2.23 will have less free bore than 5.56 will. Which is why you can fire 2.23 and 5.56 out of the same chamber, because they're the same thing. It's just that the 5.56 spec specifies more free bore, so that, well, that's not the only difference, but it's the main difference. Because with more free bore, there's a little more slop in the system to deal with dirty chambers, higher pressures, slightly out of spec loads, things like that. The 5.56 is a sloppier chamber than most 2.23 chambers are. Which is why 2.23 Wild exists. It's kind of a midway between a proper 2.23 chamber and a 5.56 chamber. It's got more tolerance than your normal 2.23 would, but less than 5.56 would. So it's a little more accurate of a chamber than 5.56 would. You'll get better performance out of your gun, but it's more forgiving than a true 2.23 chamber would have.
Entering Wretched Skies 5, Family 5.
Anyway. Kind of interesting little detail. Some people act like there's a huge difference between 5.56 and 2.23, but it's really just a slight difference in the spec. 2.23 is allowed to be sloppier. Allowed to be a little higher pressure, depending on the loading.
Requesting immediate backup.
Oh well. Brass is thicker in 5.56 as well, if I remember right. Depends. It depends. Some military spec loads might have thicker brass than others. Nowadays, the brass is probably all made in the same machine to the same spec. For most loads. Because the dirty little secret is nobody is making special 223 anymore. They just take their lower pressure loads and call them 223 and call it a day. There's no money in doing anything different. The higher pressure stuff that they want more money out of, they'll just call 5.56 regardless of what it is, because you can make more money off that.
Skies 10.
All marketing at the end of the day. If a company makes a decision, it's probably driven by money. If they change the name of something, it's probably because of marketing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, like,
Wharf.
there were some brass differences in the spec and stuff, because The history of 556 and 223 is interesting.
Docking granted.
223 was originally designed for the military. There's a lot of thing that, which is an interesting little tidbit that most people of the Fudley persuasion will swear up and down isn't true. The military wanted an intermediate cartridge that met certain standards, and so they made 223 for that purpose. In the meantime, the ammo companies decided that 223 would also make a pretty reasonable varmint cartridge.
Successfully docked.
So they also started selling it for that. But let's see, where do we want to go from here? We want to go to the ship dealer. The difference, 223, yeah, let's see, what do we need here? We need, an engine and a shield. Okay, exceptional weapon chamber. We need one more advanced weapon chamber. Exceptional shield, we need 3 more advanced shield generator coils. Alright. Can we craft those? I guess we'll find out in a second. We can definitely craft another advanced engine fuel injector. Okay. Oh wait, I was looking at weapon chamber for some dumb reason. Yeah, we need 2 more of those and 3 of those, okay. Not basic. Okay, we should be able to make 3 of these. And we should be able to make 2 of these, I hope. Exceptional engine fuel injector. Make 1. Exceptional shield generator. Make 1. Now, can we make an advanced shield generator on top of it yet? Yes, we can make 1 more. Okay. That'll be for engine shields. Because losing your engines is very bad. Oh, we're not allowed to modify. Damn it. We're going to have to go back to a shipyard. Think 223 predated the R? Not by very much. It's kind of interesting. They're more or less contemporaneous. Can't remember if they were developed together or if they were developed as part of this, or they were developed very similar timings. Like, the AR dates back a lot farther than people think. Okay, troubleshooter, remove all orders. Not exactly an expert in AR history.
Accelerator, wretched skies.
Like, I don't know all the dates and stuff off the top of my head. By any stretch of the imagination. But the AR-15 was not developed long after the AR-10. A lot of people think that the AR-10 was developed and then the AR-15 was developed years later. No. It was like just a couple years. And 223 was developed right around that same time. Yeah, they weren't developed by the same people, but they were developed right around the same time, I think as part of the same program. Like a small caliber rifle program, or whatever the hell they called it. They asked for a caliber and rifles. And they were like two parts of the same thing, or kind of, basically. Like, companies bid on separately. So there were people working on ammo at the same time as there were people working on rifles, and which is one reason why there was such a kerfluffle over the AR ammo. Because people were still trying to make ammo at the same time as the rifle was in development. And so there was all that big fuss about the different kinds of powder. The ammo that was being used by Armalite for their testing and development, Colt for their testing and development, was the stick powder. But they weren't even using, like, they were only using certain lots of the stick powder because it wasn't consistent enough. There was too much pressure variance in the lots that wasn't suitable to use. The ball powder that ended up getting used, because it was the only stuff that was within spec, were not properly being tested at the factory. I mean, they were being tested at the ammo. They were being tested at the ammo factory, but they weren't being tested at the. Okay, which shipyard do we want to go to? We don't want to go way the hell over here, I don't think. But that's quite a ways away. Argon Prime is probably the closest one. Yeah, still a long trip, but. So they weren't properly testing the rifles with the powder they were actually going to be used with. There's kind of a whole interesting story about the pressure curves on the powders. Like, if the stick powder was no good. I know the stories say that, they should, if they would have just stuck with the stick powder instead of going with the cheaper ball powder, everything would have been okay. That's not true at all. Because the stick powder was completely out of spec. They had to hand pick lots of powder to find lots that were in spec. Oh, I need flight systems off. No wonder it's acting weird. So, the Olin ball was the only powder they could get that was in spec. And it was specially developed for that particular loading. Olin was the only powder manufacturer that was able to produce a powder that was within spec. It was good powder. There was actually nothing wrong with the powder, which is the funny part. What had to be changed on the AR was not the powder, because they still use that powder to this day. That's another hilarious fact that most people don't know. The bad powder from Vietnam is still the powder they use today. The exact same stuff. It's got a slightly different name now. They tightened the spec up a little bit on some impurity. I don't remember what it was, but it was like inconsequential. It's the same powder they use to this exact day. What changed with the AR was the buffer weight. The original ARs used a really light, really complicated buffer weight. It had some kind of weird mechanism in there, bits moving around and stuff, that was supposed to provide some delay that we wouldn't get from pure weight. I don't know how it worked. Basically, it didn't work is the problem. It had like concentric rings and some kind of shit in there. They replaced that with just a heavier weight, and that fixed the AR's problems. All the problems that were attributed to powder, it was that buffer. Fascinating story. But you're not going to find it unless you go like read the Black Rifle or an actual historical book like that, because the version that made its way to the popular zeitgeist is completely different. But if you actually go read the Black Rifle, that's not what you're going to get out of it at all.
Entering system. Morningstar.
The Black Rifle being a pretty much the authoritative source on AR history. Which I've not read it fully myself, but I probably should sometime. I guess I just don't really care about ARs that much. But it's kind of interesting. I think there's... Oh, Ivan the Troll made a really good video on it a while ago. Wendigoon made a video on it that was basically like, oh yeah, the government tried to kill everybody with this terrible powder. And that set Ivan off. And he made a really good response video that just delved into it about what the actual cause was and why and how it all worked and all the history behind it, and pulled out all the charts and paperwork and like, here's failures on this year and other causes, and here's failures on that year and their causes, and here's what changes were made for the rifles. And like, nope, it was buffer weights. And here's why it was the buffer, and what the change made, or like what the actual effect of the change was. And as far as the self-cleaning bullshit, that was there's some explanations for that as well. The rifles never actually billed as self-cleaning. There were cleaning kits available. They just weren't handed out properly, I guess what you could say.
Entering system. Take class
Problems with the AR related to cleaning were wildly different across various units, because some of the units never bothered to order the proper cleaning kits and had problems, and some ordered the correct cleaning kits and used them and didn't have problems. Eventually, the Army got it all figured out and got everybody cleaning kits, and that particular set of problems went away. Basically, most of the problems with the AR in Vietnam came down to the fact that they needed a new rifle right now because the M14 wasn't cutting it, but the AR wasn't really ready to go. And it was like, well, we need it. There's nothing better. Out the door it goes. Ready or not, it's got to go, because they need something and nothing else is available. And when you push a rifle out that's not quite finished its development, that's kind of what happens. Nothing better? Oh, well. What would you suggest that's better, Treebeard? The M14 was a complete disaster. The Army couldn't get rid of it fast enough. The M14's problems would be a whole story of their own.
System. Argon Prime.
They needed a replacement for it, and they didn't have anything ready. The trials to decide what to replace it with basically came down that the AR was the best choice. And so they decided to field it as a stopgap measure until they could get something better than the AR later. That's another source of major problems. Was that they were fielding it as a temporary stopgap until they could get a better rifle later. And they didn't get a better rifle later, because they couldn't find one. And boy, did they try. There were quite a few rifle programs in the years after the adoption of the AR. Most of them went nowhere. Most of them went nowhere with really spectacular results. Spectacularly bad results.
Docking granted.
Where do I dock? Right here, apparently.
Successfully docked.
Alright, let's go get these things
It's an
installed.
honor to have you aboard.
Ship dealership. Alright, so we want an engine modification. Exceptional quality. Forward thrust would give us, well, forward thrust. Rotation thrust. I think this gives us some forward thrust too, but mostly it gives us turning ability. Yeah, it gets us 20% more forward thrust instead of 40% more. But I think I'm okay with that. This should get us 203 max speed. Okay, so that's low. But I think that's faster than a K, because a K is like 180 something. So we should be able to outrun a K. Now, we want shields. And we want them on group L1 for the engines. And we want to install an enhanced quality recharge rate. Because this should keep the engines, it should help them withstand bombardment a little better. Make it a little harder for annoying fighters to shoot us in the ass. The main shield generators get an exceptional quality, and they also get recharge rate. Because recharge rate will help keep us alive under sustained bombardment from fighters and similar. Anyway. Pretty much ever since the AR-15 was adopted as the M16, U.S. rifle development has been a never-ending tale of, but can you be better than the AR-15? To which everyone has to admit that no, they really can't be. Someday, something will come along that is better, or enough better to be worth replacing, but their current little SIG piece of crap, but they're considering replacing it with, I don't think is going to be, I don't think it's actually going to make it. It's been adopted, but I don't think it's going to stay adopted. It's got some issues. Although that's not this, well, I was about to say that's not to say that the idea of a larger caliber is a bad idea. It's not, but the caliber they chose for that particular rifle is a bad idea. It's It's got issues. The pressures that that cartridge develops are utterly insane. And trying to use something that high pressure is going to result in some pretty serious issues down the line, I think. Which is probably why they're eventually going to give up on it. I mean, it's enough of a problem that they have two types of ammo for it. They have a training ammo that's loaded to nowhere close to the same high pressure. And then they have the normal ammo, which is
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
loaded to insane PSI. And it's just an all-around bad idea. But who knows? I could be wrong. They certainly don't seem to be in any great rush to replace the AR, though. It's kind of like the old joke about European assault rifles. Like, which variation of AR-18 do you want? Do you want the AR-18? The AR-18? Do you want the AR-18? Do you want the AR-18 but bullpup? Or do you want the other different AR-18? Either way, Stoner rules the world. Whether he wants to or not, I suppose.
Entering system. Morningstar.
Okay, so how's our station coming along? We're getting there. We are, well, not halfway done, but not incredibly far off halfway done. We're probably about a third of the way, a little over a third of the way done, maybe. Just at a quick count. And what's our crew size? 996 out of the 13K we can support. And is expected to go up by 103 per cycle, whatever that ends up meaning. It's going to take us a long, long time to get 30,000 workers here. I maybe should look into a mod to make workers arrive faster. Because I have noticed that it is a serious problem with X4. Is that just takes so long to get workforce built up.
Entering system. Heretics End.
Okay. Where exactly do I actually want to park this thing? I probably should park it over by the troubleshooter. Because I think the next mission for this is going to be rolling up north and taking out the last of the Xenon up there. We're probably going to want to buy... Well, maybe we'll bring in some Ps with laser turrets. Not laser turrets, laser towers. To take out drones from the... Yeah, I think that might be the right idea.
Jump gate. Wretched skies.
I think that might be what I'll do.
Entering system. Wretched skies.
I think the next thing to do is going to be to take this in the troubleshooter. Damn it, I turned off travel drive. Okay, at least it kicked back on quickly. And go to Emperor's Pride 6 and start cleaning the system up. Leave the shipyard for last, probably. Bring in the Ps. Drop rows of laser towers near the shipyard. Just fly around it in a circle, dropping laser towers or something. Or drop a whole bunch in one area, and then park our ships in there, and just start shelling the shipyard. And hopefully, that'll take care of the drones when they come out. And we'll be able to blow all that up and take care of it. Actually, maybe we should attack the shipyard first. But yeah, I think that's the plan. Because once we've cleared out this, then it's over.
Requesting immediate backup.
This pocket of Paranids is safe forever. More or less. There's no more Xenon up here to bother them. And from there we can just go on and do whatever we want. Our primary original mission having been completed. Because that was our original mission. To make sure that the Northern Paranid did not get overrun by the Xenon.
Entering wretched skies 10.
And we've just about completed that. Is that the shipyard over there, or is that, I think, here. Well, I guess when I can just select the next destination anyway.
Jump gate. Litany of Fury.
Yep, that was the shipyard. Okay. The gate is this little imperceptible ring right there. Anyway. Also, I should probably... what do you guys need? Trade offers to build storage. They need Claytronics. A lot of Claytronics. Not actually that many Claytronics, since upon second thought. Only 1,800. They don't need any hull parts, apparently. Somewhat surprisingly. So... Claytronics. Why do I have ore and silicon selected here? Okay, who sells Claytronics in this galaxy? I sell them, but I only have 16 available for sale. Meanwhile, the Argon trading station in Nikiva's Choice has 2,000 of them. Supposedly. There they are. Oh, you do you? Damn it, autosave, let go.
Entering system. Litany of Fury.
No, they actually only have 200 of them. I was looking at the price instead of the actual number. Who else has them available? Besides me. And besides you. Ah, the Talati trading station up here has enough to almost fill my ship. Okay. Well, let's sell a bunch to that Paranid platform. It looks like we have a serious Claytronics shortage up here. It's probably a good thing there's a Claytronics factory right here we can sell to. I think there's kind of a galaxy-wide Claytronics shortage, to be honest. Okay. Now, can I get a second freighter load just to help out? Here, you guys always have some in stock. Okay. Suppose that'll have to do. I'll appear to this Claytronics factory. Right to the build storage. I should hopefully help the local Claytronics industry get going, since it apparently needs that. Alright. Now, more importantly, where the hell am I? Excellent question.
Rattlesnake.
I am going in the wrong direction, but I'm in the right system. I didn't actually get that far away from where I needed to go. We're just going to park this beside the troubleshooter for now. Which money do I have? 65 million? I could probably start building ships to sell. We need to go talk to old What's-Her-Face and buy the blueprints for the Maria. I think that's the next thing to do, actually. Before we go adventuring with capital ships into enemy space. I'd really like to have a Raptor. For split space, or not split space shenanigans, for Xenon space shenanigans. But realistically, that's not going to happen. Raptors are very expensive, and I'd rather save my money to buy a shipyard so I can build my own capital ships. Although I would need to get blueprints before I could actually build them, at least I could modify my existing capital ships at my own shipyard. Probably should get Rattlesnake blueprints first, because those will be relatively easy to acquire. Then I can get turret blueprints and stuff from the Argon, and it's going to be a very expensive proposition to get the ability to build my own capital ships. But one step at a time, and step one is Can I get a hold of the... Okay, the owl is actually aboard here. The reason I thought it was aboard the troubleshooter. But nope. We have it parked in our deck.
Ma'am?
Let's go grab the owl.
Maria.
In my seat, please. Okay. So we need to go all the way to the Yaki base. Do I have... Okay, yeah. We do have a promotion mission for the Yaki. So let's just follow that instead of the guidance. This should be a very fast trip because we're in a very fast ship. This thing hits travel drive speeds that our capital ships could only dream of.
Entering system. Wretched skies.
Oh, come on. Give back my shields, damn it. It does take a little bit to accelerate, but if I hadn't just bunked into an asteroid and lost all my shields, I would have been able to hit the thrusters first, and then turn travel drive on, and that skips most of the acceleration.
Entering wretched skies. 5.
Which gets you going
Family, 5.
fairly fast, much quicker. We're only doing 12.4K. I thought this thing was a little bit faster than that. Oh well.
Entering wretched skies. 4. Family, Valka.
Doesn't really matter because it's pretty zippy. Even at 12.4K is fast enough. Oh, okay.
Entering system. Family.
Damn station gets in the way. What do you think you're doing? Yeah, look at that. We hit 10K before we turn the travel drive on. Which makes weather acceleration very moderate. As long as we don't hit any more stations or asteroids that are in the way. It'll be just a straight shot right on out of here.
Danger. Hazard. Entering system. Arca's Cascade.
Okay. Everyone's favorite system where you really don't want a dogfight. This place sucks to fight in because it's constantly... It doesn't drain your shields, but it prevents shield recharge on smaller ships in particular. And that is a problem. when you're trying to dogfight with a fighter. Because even if you're not getting hit,
Entering
you're using up your
Backup
shields
Cascade 17.
a lot. Just through the simple expedient of tapping your thrusters occasionally. And even if you try really hard not to tap your thrusters, old habits will rear up and bite you in the butt. And the next thing you know, you don't have any shields. And that's bad. That's an eye.
Entering system matrix number 79B.
Don't really feel like trying to deal with that eye right now. We can come back and deal with him with a different ship later, maybe. But I'll definitely need to worry about him coming out
Entering system Savage Spur.
in a more important system later.
All sorted out? I'll make my way over to you. Come on, just take a leap of faith. I know these people well enough. They'll see reason. Eventually.
Docking granted.
Suck vacuum.
Wow, you're not very nice.
Successfully docked.
A little Gaulish told me that the gates of the Terran Protectorate might have been turned away from us for the time being.
Yeah, you better give me whatever I want now.
Come in, come in.
For example, blueprints for your fighters. Because I don't know about you, but I would really like to have a Maria.
Hello. It's good to know that someone out there has not turned their back on us. As a token of our gratitude, I want to present you with a new rank. It comes with significant benefits.
Well, that's
Should
nice.
you betray us, we will not hesitate to take these benefits from you. But since you were one of the few people to actually give us a chance, I doubt you would do that. I hope these awards adequately convey our appreciation for all you have done.
Does that mean
so
I can
far.
sell my worthless
Once again,
hacking software
we
here?
thank you for helping us in these difficult times.
I think it
I'm
does.
curious to see what challenges you'll help us overcome in the future. Good luck out there.
Not that I really need the money from that, but I'd like it out of my inventory. Okay. I would like to see your licenses. You don't have any licenses. Okay.
Good luck out there.
Not too surprising. I would like to see your blueprints. Maria is 2.6 million. And the Kurokami is 9.8. I should probably buy that as well. It's not a bad ship. I don't think there's anything in here I care about. No, not really. I don't really have much medium ship equipment, so I might want to think about buying some of that stuff eventually. I definitely don't care about Argonon Pyramid engines. I do have... I should pick up the medium Mark III combat thrusters. I don't care about missiles. I don't have drone blueprints because I don't need them. I already had the advanced satellite and the laser tower blueprint. I don't think I need anything else. Yeah. They don't have any modules. At least none that I care about.
Good luck out there.
Alright. That was a big chunk of money, but we got a couple nice ships out of the deal. And a few other useful blueprints. Now, we can build as many Marias as we want. I think we have all the blueprints to make a pretty good Maria, too. Let's see. Build ships. Size S. Array fighter. We could also build the Chimera, because we did buy the blueprint for that as well. Okay. What combat Mark 4s? Because of course we would. Combat Mark 3 thrusters. Parentage shields. Tau accelerators in the outer slots. Plasma cannons in the inner slots. Maxed out software.
Warning. Explosive materials can be hazardous. Please contact the
No
dockmaster if you
consumables.
have any on board.
Pilot and max service crew. Alright, we're short 1,400 engine parts to build this fitting. If we take Mark 3s instead of Mark 4s, we're only short 200 engine parts. How much slower is it? About 40 meters a second. Okay, that's probably worth it for the AI. So right here we have a pretty solid AI patrol. Okay. I'm going to delete these loadouts because they're all who the hell knows what. Okay. So if we had enough engine parts on hand, we could produce a crap ton of these and have reasonably good fighters. 725 meters a second top speed. Pretty decent acceleration. Reasonable shields.
We would
Nothing
like
fancy.
to remind all visitors to visit our special sales area close to the casino.
But we don't have enough engine parts, so we can't do that. How many engine parts do we even have, and why are we so short on them? Maybe the real question is, how many engine parts would that thing have cost? Okay, where are the engine parts? There's engine parts. The answer to how many of them we have is basically none. Why in the hell don't we have any engine parts? We're set this all but 5,000. We have... Oh, let me guess. People are buying chips from the... Okay, how many are we producing? We are producing an inconsequentially tiny amount of engine parts. No, we're producing 1,600 per hour. Are we selling that many ships that we can't keep the damn things in stock? Okay. How many engine parts did that design cost? No, that was about the button I wanted. I mean, I'm making good money off this.
Security would like to remind all visitors to keep their children with them at all times.
214 engine parts is all it uses. Oh, is that per? Because there's no way it takes 231 engine parts when it only says 214 here. Oh, unless combat thrusters take some. Yeah, they take some. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So this takes 274 engine parts. Okay. Yeah. We probably need to increase engine part production here at this plant. Probably double it. Because I just made 2 of every ship tech. I didn't try to figure out how many I was going to need. Ideally, what I should do is figure out what I need to make X number of Y specific type of ship per hour. And just kind of assume that that's going to be good.
Ladies and gentlemen, station administration would like to remind you
that's
to
a lot
keep
more math, so I
children
didn't do
away
that.
from the airlocks.
We are starting to get some bonus production from having crew. We're getting a whole 24 more extra engines per hour. Yeah. How much money do I have in the station account right now? 48 million. I mean, this station's definitely making money. But... oh. They're buying chimeras. And I bet you they're buying them with high trim engines. No, that doesn't make sense because it only costs 1.7. Okay. Here's this fighter right here. I need to go scan that fighter right now. Because I want to find out if it just includes pieces that we already have or if they're using their own part blueprints. Come on, autosave, let go. I could teleport to a fighter that's in that system and do it, but I'm not going to.
Autopilot engaged.
It seems to be hanging around the station, so we'll just... matter of fact, it's fighting Boron around the station. Please stop. Whatever. I guess that's one way to make money.
Entering system. Matrix. Number 79B.
Sorry, friend. I'm afraid I'll have to lay low. With these cybernetics and this ship, any Terran we come across would shoot me on sight.
Good, I don't want you following me anyway. Why are you still following me? I'm pretty sure I did everything I need to do in that quest line anyway. No, maybe not.
Entering system. Arcus Cascade.
As long as he stays hanging out around this station, we can... we could teleport to the litigious rodent.
Autopilot.
Okay,
Disengaged.
Here.
Ma'am.
Geometric Owl. Fly to Wretched Skies Wharf. Dock and wait. Okay. Litigious rodent. Teleport to.
Autopilot. Disengage. Entering system. Wretched Skies.
Alright, buddy. He's gonna get blown up before I can scan him, isn't he? Oh. He bailed. No, he didn't bail.
Chimera. Container.
Bastard.
Chimera.
I wanted to scan that. Okay, I guess we're going to have to find a different ship that somebody bought recently. Oh, here we go. Riptide Rakers recently bought a Vulture Sentinel. I don't know why they're buying it way the hell out here. Surely they could buy closer. And this thing is not exactly the fastest ship in the galaxy, but it's they made it all the way to Morningstar. They just bought those ships. Alright, whatever.
Entering Wretched Skies 5. Family Phi.
The ship is a lesser version of the Geometric Owl. It's not upgraded. It's like half as fast. But we should still be able to catch up with them easily enough. Grab a scan. I probably shouldn't be wasting my time doing this right now, but yeah, screw it. We can go a little late. It's 10:55 already. But my curiosity must be satisfied. Are they using only my blueprints, or are they providing some of their own? Because they're definitely using only the ship blueprints I have available. Are they using the component blueprints?
Entering system. Heretics End.
That is the real question. Because if they're providing their own component blueprints, that would explain why they're so eager to buy stuff. We just need to find them with something that I don't own.
Entering
the blueprint
system.
for.
Morningstar.
Okay, we should catch up shortly. They might pop through the gate before we can catch up. In which case we just have to chase them down on the other side, but there's a pair of Ultra Sentinels up here. And we need to scan them. Okay.
Vulture. Sentinel.
Damn it.
What do you think you're doing?
Alright, what's your gear look like? Bolt turrets. Immediately, that's something I don't own. Argon shields, Argon combat engine, Mark IIs. All-around Mark II thrusters are something I do own. But I never bought the bolt turret. They are 100% providing their own equipment. Okay. That's very interesting.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
That is very, very interesting. Because that means all you need to buy, if you want to make a shipyard that sells to the AI, all you need to buy are the ship blueprints.
Entering system. Morningstar.
They provide their own equipment blueprints. Yeah, it's too bad you can't order your shipyard foreman to just, you know, slyly make a copy of the blueprint while they build it. Like, come on, just run off a copy. It's not that hard. I suspected that would be the case. Because there's no way they all wanted them with the relatively low spec that I had chosen for them. Turns out they want them with an even crappier spec. But yeah, I definitely do not own the blueprint for that Argon bolt turret. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So if you want to make a lot of money passively with a player shipyard, just buy all the ship blueprints you can find and otherwise don't. Because I've always been told that you need to own all the blueprints. But obviously that's not true. I wonder if that was true at some point and they changed it.
System. Wretched skies.
Or if it's never been true and people just messed up testing. We don't want to go to that accelerator. We want to go to this one.
Wretched skies. 10.
Okay. Anyway, the shrimp light just went out. Means it is 11 o'clock. And that means as soon as I get this thing back to a station to land... I wonder what happened to that poor station. Looks like somebody gave it a bit of a pasting. Anyway, as soon as we get back to station to land at... I'm probably going to call it.
Requesting immediate backup.
Hydra. Accelerator.
The boron and the split are fighting.
10. Entering wretched skies. 10.
Something hit us.
Geometric owl is under attack by a K? What? Did this retard
Entering system. Arca's Cascade.
get out of that seat right now?
Ma'am.
You're just sitting there. Why? He apparently didn't take any damage worth mentioning.
Danger.
Holy shit, that's a lot of Ks.
Arca's Cascade. 15.
Might only be like 2 of them, though. Okay. It looked like a lot more than it was.
Jump gate. Family. Zin.
Okay. He didn't have... That's weird. I don't think he had a wait for signal order because it didn't show the wait for signal icon next to his name.
Entering system. Family. Zin.
Normally it would show a little, like, signal, you know, little, I don't know what you kind of call it. Show a little icon next to their name. If they're gotta wait for signal order. So why was he just sitting there? Not docking. It must have been like an AI bug or something. Got stuck.
Entering system.
Which I'd like to say I'd never seen before, but I'm pretty sure I've seen that happen before. Just that was a very bad place for that to happen. But it's a good thing the K only apparently caught at a glancing blow with something minor, because
Entering wretched skies.
yeah, that could have been very bad, and this is a very expensive ship. A ship that I do not want to have to try to replace. Even though I could now build new ones. Because this thing is loaded with the absolute latest in upgrades and other cool stuff.
Skies 10.
We could have legit just rodent take over its role if something terrible happened to this, but we would still lose its shield hull, etc., upgrades, which I don't want to do.
Queen's Guard.
Also, there are cock around here. We should need to go find their hive and blow it up.
Requesting immediate backup.
Hey, bud. I need you to go away, please. Thank you.
Awaiting orders.
Okay. Oh.
Queen's Guard.
Okay. You know what? This looks like a future Milo problem. Screw that guy. Current Milo thinks that it's 11:05 and I don't want to be up to midnight playing X4. So, how about we don't do that? Anyway, X4 will return next Sunday. Tomorrow, tomorrow has a pretty reasonable chance of being some crab champions, which I'm sure would make Survey happy. Unless I nap late or something, in which case it might be something different. And then Tuesday is probably going to be Oblivion. Good old Elder Scrolls. Wednesday is probably Door Kickers, where I'll have very terrible things to say about whoever designed the map I am currently playing, because it is very, very hard. And hopefully we'll actually finish it this time. And go on to another very, very hard one. Don't forget about the mic software I was going to recommend. Ah, yes. I must do that. I will drop a few links in Discord. Tomorrow. Don't let me forget. But anyway. And Thursday will be more Oblivion. Friday will definitely be Crab Champions. Unless something truly terrible happens. And Saturday will be more EDF. Keep on cranking through that. We finished the story once, and now we're on our second trip through. Having a great deal of fun doing so. But for tonight, let's see. Who is doing what on my follow list? That's a real simple answer. Nobody is doing anything. Okay. I guess we're not rating anybody then. Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully I see you all back here tomorrow for whatever shenanigans ensue. And I will see you all later. Good night. And goodbye.